By the way, TJ, this one has some feed. This one is.
I don't know.
The left one doesn't have feed, right?
Yeah, the left one does not have any feed.
Patrick Connors is your Premier Challenge champion.
I'm going to have a champion in Emily Golan. Fantastic play with her favorite Palkia team.
Check that off the bracket. Darn Check is your repeat champion this weekend.
And Brady Smith is your 2019 Daytona Regional.
Welcome out, everybody, to Oviedo, Florida, here at Versus Games. It is a February League Challenge here. And, Jonathan, we are ready for a fun time. I'm Joe Carlino. I got Jonathan Martin right here next to me. He is just bouncing around because it's the Super Bowl today as well, Jonathan. It's Super Bowl Sunday.
We get to see not only phenomenal football, but we get to see some great Pokemon players today.
Well, I don't know about the phenomenal football part because I hear referees are, biased towards one team, but I don't know about that.
I don't know anything about football. Honestly, you could tell me that this guy could do good, and I think he could do good, but actually, it's a guy that's just out on the streets.
Probably. I mean, but we also do have good trainers here today for this league challenge. We've got 13 incredible trainers fighting it out for 15 championship points. Most notably, our 2 stream match players, Riley Wilcox and Colby Tuttle, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, especially Colby. It's been a while since he's been on stream. I don't think we've seen him a lot at these locals, so the fact that we're able to see him play it out and especially have a chance to get those 15 championship points for the Worlds is actually really good to see.
And even if he doesn't get the 15, but he makes it to the finals, he gets 12 points just for making it to the finals. That is something that was a rarity in the previous format where it was, I think it was what, like 16 for a second place, and it was 30 for the winner. Because like it was incredible if you won a local last season.
Yes,
but
yeah.
at least now you have more ample opportunities, especially with this best finish limit of 6.
It's 4, isn't it?
I
think it's 4.
Oh wait, no, yeah, 4 on the local, 6 on the regionals. Okay, I messed up there.
It happens. A lot of mix up here and there.
I mean, it's a Super Bowl. My mind's on football. My mind's on football. My mind's not on Pokemon right now. And look, I mean, you're wearing pink. I'm wearing red. Are we rooting for the Chiefs?
I just like this hoodie. There's no background. I just like this hoodie. This is like my favorite. I like this hoodie.
What do you like more, the hoodie or Patrick Connors?
The hoodie.
Okay, so Patrick
I
Connors.
spend money on this. This is a good hoodie. This is a good quality hoodie. I love Patrick, but like this hoodie is good quality. But let's focus on this hoodie. Let's focus on our players today. Colby Tuttle and Riley Wilcox. We're seeing a little bit team preview. We have the Zamazenta versus CSR, and honestly, Wilcox's CSR is an adaptation that we haven't seen a lot of, while Colby's is a little bit more standard.
Exactly. I mean, Colby's team with that Zamazenta. What's really interesting to note about it, though, is the Terra Dragon on that Zamazenta. You see Terra Grass come every so often. I've seen a couple of Terra Fairies pop up here and there, but Terra Dragon, I feel like, might be the best Terra type on Zamazenta just because it resists everything that Zamazenta is normally weak to, with the exception of Fairy.
Yeah, and not only that, being able to also be immune to the Firewater Grass Core, not only with Terra Dragon Zamazenta, but also having the Dragonite that could do massive amount of damage due to the fact that it's holding the Choice Band, and it has the Chen Pao next to it with the Sword of Ruins ability. We also see that there is a Mystic Water Urshifu and a Flutter Mane on Colby's side. I'm very excited to see this team play it out, but let's focus a little bit more on Riley's, because his team, again, it's a little bit of a not regular one. We do see the Roaring Moon. Clefairy is a common partner with it, but the Roaring Moon instead of the Raging Bolt is something that you don't see as often.
Exactly, because right now Raging Bolt has been the primo dragon type for the Paradox Pokemon. I mean, you see a Roaring Moon pop up every so often, usually on a Kyogre team, not on a Calyrex Shadow Rider team.
Nope, it's a little bit different. Roaring Moon did have its specialty both in the Kyogre and the Ice Rider team, like you mentioned, but the fact that it has the ability to give it up a fast Tailwind, even though it's not priority, allows it against the CSR mirrors to at least outspeed the opposing CSR and do massive damage. But it's also it's the Terra Fairy variant with Calm Mind, which I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm a little interesting about that Calm Mindset, but also we have to note, on Colby's side, his Flutter Mane has Icy Wind and it's Booster Energy, which most likely means it's a speed booster Flutter Mane. Just if you look at it off rip, you see Icy Wind, you see Booster Energy, normally you assume it's going to be the speed booster. This Calyrex is holding the Covert Cloak, so those Icy Winds mean nothing.
Yeah, and we're going to head into straight in our match, and we will be seeing a Dragonite Powknight on the side of Colby with Roaring Moon and Urshifu. Seems like Colby wants to just go on the offensive right off the bat, while Riley is just trying to play a little bit more passive. Well, not passive, still threatening most of the pieces into the Chen Pao, while also having that Roaring Moon to do massive amount of damage, or possibly even set up Tailwind.
Now, what's interesting about this lead, though, on the side of Colby Tuttle, Jonathan, I'm very curious. Are we back in Regulation C?
No, I don't think so.
Are we back in Regulation C right now? Because this is a Dragonite and a Chen Pao, and we see it's a Terra Normal on the Dragonite here, which was probably one of the most busted move combinations plus Terra type. Choice Band, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed, add the Sword of Ruin. We saw it at the League Cup last month with Christopher Baez. He just went absolutely crazy with that.
No, yeah, exactly. And we're going to see it possibly do damage as the Chen Pao gets swapped out for the Urshifu while the Roaring Moon goes for a Protect, possibly trying to make sure that Roaring Moon stays on the field and do damage, but also a double Protect. It makes a lot of sense here. Riley wants to scout out what Colby locked into, which is the Outrage that goes into the Roaring Moon slot. So of course it will not be doing damage, but more importantly, it's being locked into a move that after 2 to 3 turns, it will just start getting confused, and that could start damaging itself.
Exactly. And we also have to remember, though, Outrage randomly chooses the target Pokemon that it attacks. So in the event that Riley tries to go for a Protect on the Outrage, because Outrage is going to come out this next turn unless Colby switches out here into something like the Chen Pao in the back. If he goes for Outrage, he takes a Pokemon out most likely, but then you just use Protect and you stall out a turn.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully he needs to land it on, I believe, on the side of the Roaring Moon, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, Riley's Urshifu is Sash. What it is swapping out, going into the Clefairy makes sense, taking that 50-50 chance, making sure that if it goes into the Urshifu slot, it will be taking 0 damage. We do see a Terra coming out on the side of Wilcox, going for the Terra Flying, trying to make sure that if it does go into it, if the Outrage goes into the Roaring Moon, it will knock it out.
Exactly, and we do see an Acrobatics coming out from this Terra Flying Roaring Moon. It's going to do massive damage and get a one-hit knockout into the Urshifu. Urshifu is down, but Dragonite is locked into Outrage. We're going to see what happens here. It goes for Outrage, but the chosen target was the Urshifu slot, and it goes into the Clefairy, and it does no damage.
That is actually unfortunate, and a lot of the momentum that Colby had is now gone, and now Colby needs to figure out what to do. He could swap out the Dragonite into one of his 2 pieces in the back with the either the Chen Pao or the Lasmon, which we have to assume is a Zamazenta. But it seems like he's just going to be bringing out Chen Pao right off the bat. There's a lot of options for Colby to do here, and it seems like he's in a very tight corner of just a lot of the options that he can do. But this feels like Wilcox is in the driving seat.
He really is. Riley is in a perfect position right now because the Roaring Moon has that booster energy activated. So therefore, Acrobatics goes from a base 55 power move to 110. Then you add in the Terra Flying on top of it. It's doing major damage. Then you add in the Chen Pao with the Sword of Ruin, lowering the power or the defense of the Dragonite by 25%, and we do see it is the Zamazenta coming in. So Zamazenta gets a Dauntless Shield boost on top of this as Clefairy goes for the Follow Me. If Acrobatics goes into that Zamazenta, it'll still do some damage.
It will still do damage, but it will not be going for it. Instead, be setting up the Tailwind, trying to outspeed its opponents, while Chen Pao goes for the Ice Spinner into the Clefairy spot. Perfect, good play from Colby, being able to bring in his Zamazenta without taking any damage, and while still threatening both the Clefairy and the Roaring Moon. But the question is now, can Colby stall out the Tailwind long enough before CSR comes in the field and starts hitting that Astral Barrage or the Draining Kiss?
Exactly, and we do see that with Clefairy. Clefairy does have access to that Follow Me move, which is one of the best redirection moves in the game because it's not negated by Safety Goggles, it's not negated by a Grass type. The only thing that redirects the Follow Me would be Stalwart on Archaludon or Propeller Tail on the Barraskewda, but we do see Chen Pao switches out here back into Dragonite, potentially going for another Follow Me here as that goes into the Clefairy, but more importantly, switching out the Chen Pao here, that actually works because it helps out Zamazenta with its defenses, as we do see Behemoth Bash come out. This is super effective, and it does take out the Clefairy. So now Friend Guard is gone, and Follow Me redirection is gone. The only thing that is helping for Riley is the fact that Tailwind is still up.
Yeah, and with the Clefairy being gone, he is allowed to have a free switch in where he does bring in that Urshifu, which means it could start doing a massive amount of damage, going for either a close combat or just a Surging Strikes, ignoring the +1 defense that it got from an ability. But this does mean that Colby will have to decide whether or not he wants to go for that Terra Dragon just to be immune for that Surging Strikes. But it's going to be a tight call. Dragonite still now is free to just go for another Outrage, go for Aerial Ace, go for any damaging move, because it doesn't have to worry about the supportive Clefairy now that it's gone.
Exactly. And the other thing we have to remember is that with the Dragonite, once it chooses a move, it's locked in. But we do see the Terra Orb come out on the side of Colby Tuttle, and Zamazenta has become one with the dragons that it was part of with Hammerlock, where we found it in Sword and Shield, as it's now a dragon type. And we do see Extreme Speed is the move of choice. A critical hit, a knockoff coming out into the Dragonite. That is actually really impressive. The knockoff coming out, removing the choice band, but more importantly, allowing Dragonite to use a move.
Not only that, but the Urshifu going for the close combat. I believe Riley was thinking he was going to go for Terra Normal. We do see Behemoth Flash going into the Urshifu slot. It was a call from Riley expecting the Dragonite for possibly the Terra Normal, which is why he doubled into that slot. But more than a matter of fact, I believe Colby now has some momentum going in with Calyrex coming out. And not only that, the Dragonite has now so many options to go from instead of its regular locked-in Extreme Speed because of the knockoff.
You're right, but also we have to remember there's still Tailwind up on the side of Riley Wilcox's team, so his Calyrex and his Roaring Moon will be the fastest Pokemon remaining on the field. However, with Chen Pao still in the back, this Calyrex is in a really bad position with a 4-time super effective Dark move in the back pocket of Colby Tuttle.
Not only that, but we are seeing Riley go for a Protect onto the Roaring Moon. I believe trying to make sure that his Roaring Moon is a little bit healthy. We do see a Protect on the Zamazenta side as well. Colby's trying to make sure his Restrictive is safe. Extreme Speed going into that Roaring Moon will not be doing any damage, and I believe this should be an Astral Barrage coming out from the CSR, doing massive damage into the Dragonite and picking up a +1 due to its ability.
Yes, it will be. The Dragonite goes down to that Astral Barrage. I mean, it was possible it could have survived. It was very close that it could have survived. But because Calyrex did knock it out, that Grim Neigh activates by the power of the Spectrier it is currently riding. And now it's +1. But more importantly, Colby has access to Wide Guard on his Zamazenta. Wide Guard is a wonderful move to have. However, it's a Calyrex. There's a Chen Pao on the field.
I think this is still a chance for Colby to come back, because now it's coming down for reads. Wiley can set up the Tailwind once more, but without the Terra being on the CSR and instead being on the Roaring Moon, it basically means a Sucker Punch is just free to, a double up is free to go into the Calyrex. Doesn't have to worry about the possible Terra Fairy, doesn't have to worry about anything else. It just comes down to what these players believe each of them will do. It's going to be very interesting. Any person can win this set.
And we see the Sucker Punch was the play of choice. It's a one-hit knockout into the Calyrex Shadow. That is a massive play by Colby Tuttle as the Acrobatics comes out into the Chen Pao. Doesn't even bring it down to Focus Edge, but does well enough damage. And a Behemoth that's doing over 50%.
While Behemoth Blast doing a massive amount, which is very interesting to see, because we do be seeing a lot of players, I think, swapping it out due to the fact of Terra Fairy being up in the Rising and it doing a lot more damage compared to Heavy Slams. But not only that, Colby will secure himself the first game of the best out of 3 and being one closer to winning that round 1.
Exactly, and he actually played that game really well. Both our trainers played it really well. Colby walking into the Outrage early on turn 1, at least just scouting out a move choice. That was how Riley worked it for game number 1. But then you have the switch into the Clefairy, and the Outrage goes into the Clefairy. You could not have had a worse start for Colby in that battle with Outrage, and then losing your choice band on the knockoff play and the close combat. Now, that was a hard read by Riley Wilcox there. He was trying to call that Dragonite would go for that Terra Normal choice band Extreme Speed, which, I mean, it didn't have Chen Pao on the field. I wonder if Urshifu would have survived.
It was a crit during that time, so technically, if it went for the Extreme Speed with the Terra Normal as it critted, it would have picked up the KO without the Chen Pao. But it is a lot safer to just go without the Terra, especially if you need, since not only you need it for your Zamazenta later on in the set, but it's just something that you can't really read. I even anticipated the Zamazenta Terra Dragoning and going for the close combat into this. Like, I was not expecting it to go into the Dragonite.
I was not either. I was actually thinking maybe just like a Surging Strikes would potentially come out here, or even just go for an Acrobatics or something like that, because if you keep the Choice Band out and you take care of the Zamazenta hypothetically, then Dragonite cannot win the 1v1 versus Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, but I'm more interested in trying to see what these players will adapt to. What will Riley change to try to gain a momentum and possibly take this to a game 3? And what is Colby trying to expect from him, and what he will believe he can bring in order to secure himself this game 2? I'm honestly excited to see this as we get into it right off the bat.
And we do see Riley leads the same with the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Roaring Moon, but we see a switch up on the side of Colby Tuttle. Zamazenta is out first, and Fluttermane is coming for Colby. We see Fluttermane on the battlefield.
It's very nice to see the queen herself that is threatening that Roaring Moon, because it is a fairy type with Moonblast and Icy Wind, so it can just slowly just stall out. It could lower the speed of each of Riley's mons with Icy Wind to the point where Tailwind will just be negated as if it was never even set up. One thing I will have to point out is that both of these mons have an item or an ability that gives them a raise in stats, and once they get switched out, they will not be able to obtain it.
Exactly. And that's what's massive on both Riley's side and on Colby's side. Losing that Pokemon means you risk losing that boost. And honestly, I feel like losing Fluttermane's boost is more effective right now, just because you have the body press at +1 right now. And we do see Zamazenta once again activating the Terra Dragon. However, this is on the first turn of the battle that Zamazenta is becoming a very draconic figure with that shield.
We do see a Terra coming out on the side of Riley. I believe it's going to be that Terra flying. Oh, it's going to be the Urshifu Terra Water. Stellar. I cannot read.
We were reading Colby's sheet. We weren't reading Urshifu's.
I believe the gameplay here is either Protect, which is we are seeing from the side of Riley, but I believe it's also going to be a close combat going into the Zamazenta, trying to do massive amount of damage. Going into it, we do see Icy Wind come out, lowering the speed of Urshifu, which Zamazenta was already faster. Now we're confirming that it is slower.
But it went up body press into the Roaring Moon slot. But what's important to note here, though, is that by going with the Icy Wind, you break the Focus Sash on Riley's Urshifu. And meanwhile, here comes this Terra Stellar Surging Strikes, and it's going to do enough to get the one-hit knockout here on this Flutter. Now, Fluttermane doesn't really have the greatest physical defense, but there are certain builds that you can make of Fluttermane where it can live Urshifu Surging Strikes.
The Terra Stella definitely increased the chance of being lowered, and I believe it actually did have a chance of living, but that second Surging Strikes might have been the highest roll possible for it, being able to secure the set and knocking out that Fluttermane. Now we are seeing Colby trying to decide what he wants to bring in, and honestly, it's a little bit of an issue for Colby. He can set up he can still go for a Tailwind on the side of Riley and be able to set up damage, but we do see Chen Pao coming in, being able to increase the defense, lowering the defenses, which means the damage output from all of these mons are going to do way more than anticipated. But it's just going to be a little bit interesting, because technically, what is stopping Riley from just setting up Tailwind and just letting Urshifu go through?
Exactly here, because you can theoretically go for a body press into this Urshifu, even though Urshifu does have access to Protect, which will allow it to avoid a move damage from this turn, because there is no Urshifu on the side of Colby Tuttle right now. So Unseen Fist, we don't have to worry about that ability. However, you can get a Tailwind up and just let Roaring Moon go down here, but then you have to worry about the Zamazenta having access to that all-important Wide Guard, and by going for the Terra on Urshifu, you once again leave your Calyrex open to a dark type attack.
We will be seeing that Roaring Moon swab out, going into, I believe, the Clefairy. Yes, it is. Clefairy is coming out, trying to make sure to keep the Roaring Moon alive and lower the damage output that's going into the Urshifu slot if there was. We do see Behemoth Bash going into the Clefairy spot, knocking it out right off the bat. A good play by Colby, covering both of the options of whether or not the Clefairy is going to come in or not. and we do see a Surging Strikes going into the Chen Pao. I believe this actually will not pick up because of the fact that it used the first Surging Strikes on the Flutter Mane, which had the Terra Stellar boost. Now, this is just a regular Surging Strikes.
Exactly, but we also see that on Riley's side, he's got access to Aqua Jet here, so he brings out the Roaring Moon once again. Now, Roaring Moon does not have access to that booster energy anymore. It will be slower than the Zamazenta, most likely, even though Zamazenta has a very decent speed stat of its own right. That booster energy just gave it the extra vantage point that it needed. So this is going to be a very interesting decision to be made on the side of Colby. Does he want to risk losing his Chen Pao?
Which he doesn't. He does not want to risk losing that Chen Pao. We do see his final mon come in, being the Dragonite, coming in, making sure that whatever damage output that gets taken, which is an Aqua Jet into the Dragonite, it will be resisted. Tailwind does get set up. But now the question has to be asked, what did Colby do with that Zamazenta? It is a body press going into the Urshifu. It will not be knocked out, but it will be in a range of a possible extreme speed.
It will be, and what's important to note is that the Urshifu will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, but whatever move Dragonite chooses, it will be locked into by virtue of this choice band.
It is going to be a little bit tricky, but thankfully he does have a lot more options. With Clefairy out and gone from the field, he doesn't have to worry about the possible Fairy type mon coming in and just being immune to the Outrage if it goes into that slot. Now, he could lock into the extreme speed, doing damage into the Urshifu, but if Riley calls in and swaps in his CSR, then that is just one turn of no damage being put out, but more importantly, another turn that Roaring Moon can just do damage itself.
We do see a switch out here on Riley's side. Urshifu is being switched out. He is trying to call that extreme speed into the Urshifu slot, bringing in that Calyrex Shadow Rider to potentially negate this normal type move. Let's see what happened here. It's a knockoff into the Dragonite, bringing it down to under half HP, removing that choice band. The Behemoth Bash coming out into the Roaring Moon, doing just under 50% to this Roaring Moon, but it was an Outrage! It's locked into Outrage, and it knocks out Roaring Moon in one hit!
That is, Roaring Moon being knocked out by the Outrage is a little bit interesting, and I do not know if that favors the side of Colby, because now, of course, he can bring in that Urshifu to be able to start doing more damage, but more importantly, that if the Outrage went into the CSR, how much damage would it have done? Would it have been enough to pick up the KO, or would it have been enough for just Chen Pao to just be able to just put it in a range of Sucker Punches, even though it doesn't have it?
And we see a Protect coming out on the side of Urshifu here, potentially trying to call that Outrage into that slot. We see Zamazenta go for Protect as well. What did this Calyrex go for? It went a Draining Kiss into Dragonite. Dragonite survived!
Dragonite,
and it hits the Outrage into the Calyrex in return, doing well over 50%.
Not only Dragonite being able to survive the Draining Kiss, the Fairy type move, but being able to do damage into the CSR while the Urshifu Protect is phenomenal. Of course, due to Outrage's of secondary effect, it will be confused, so there is a chance that this turn the Dragonite can hit itself, but the fact that Colby now has a little bit of momentum that's causing Riley to go for the Protect and the Calyrex is very interesting. We do see Zamazenta go for the Wide Guard, but did Riley go for a close combat into... Oh no, wait, Dragonite goes first. It is confused. Will it hit itself? It will!
Oh my god, it hit itself in its confusion and takes it out!
This is not good. If Riley went for close combat into the Zamazenta, it will do massive amount of damage, which it did. It should be able to live this, but that is not something you want. Oh, it does now a lot. I thought it did more.
It did decent amount of damage here, but more importantly, I believe Tailwind is still... No, it actually expires, so now Chen Pao can come out here. This is a -1 defense Urshifu with the Chen Pao having access to Sucker Punch, and Chen Pao is naturally faster than Urshifu. A Sucker Punch at -1 might knock it out.
It is the mind games, because although Riley went for the Protect this turn, he can go for it again, calling the Sucker Punch. He can go for a Calm Mind, but he doesn't. Going for the Sucker Punch lands onto the Calyrex, picking up the KO, and I believe this game is set and done. The Aqua Jet will be going into the Chen Pao, trying to pick up the KO, but I believe Zamazenta, all he has to do is just body the press into the Urshifu, and the game is done, which is what it has done.
And it was a critical hit, too. A critical hit body press at the end of it allows Colby Tuttle to pick up a 2-0 win over Riley Wilcox, and that was a crazy end game there.
Yeah, that was crazy. The Dragon Knight being able to secure damage into the CSR before it got confused was, I think, definitely something that Colby needed. Although he had Chen Pao in the back, it is nice to know that there's already damage into the Calyrex, where just in case there's a scenario where that Calyrex and the Zamazenta are just on the field by itself, at least a Behemoth Bash could maybe pick up the KO.
And what's also impressive is that Colby, both times, he has Chen Pao out on the field in front of the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Both times, he risked going for Sucker Punch into Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yes, it's a 4-time super effective move, but Riley has 2 moves on his Calyrex that would negate that move from doing any sort of damage whatsoever. And in the event that it's essentially a 1v2 with the Chen Pao and the Zamazenta, then Colby's in a really in a very unlosable position, because Calyrex would have to go for an attacking move, and then he would always win that matchup. But having Urshifu out there, if he would have protected the Calyrex or even just risked a Calm Mind there and go for the Aqua Jet, it's a 2v1. And I think Calyrex might have had a shot at forcing game 3 because of the Draining Kiss. It's a special type attack on the Fairy side while recovering HP. I think it could have helped Calyrex survive and knock out that Zamazenta.
Sadly, we'll never know because the set did not play out that way, but it's honestly nice to see these players be able to play it out, especially Colby getting his first win in round 1.
And shoutouts to Florida VGC, man. We have had Dragonite Chen Pao showing up at the League Cup. We've had it shown up at the League Challenge. I mean, were there any Dragonite Chen Pao at the League Challenge yesterday in Tampa?
No.
There were not. Wow. Ooh.
I don't think so. Dragonite Chen Pao is a very interesting archetype with the Zamazenta that I feel like it's just up and down. It's definitely a meta call.
Is it the same as your team sheet error?
No.
Ah, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with round 2 of the League Challenge here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. So stick around. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Versus Games League Challenge here in Oviedo, Florida. I'm Joe Carlino here for round 2, and wait a second. Are my eyes deceiving me? I've got the North American International Champion, Patrick Connors, right here with me, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick, what are you doing here?
I gotta buy. I got nothing better to do. So
You gotta buy?
I do. I gotta buy round, so I wanted to spend it with my best buddy Joe.
Aw, man. Well, wait a minute. That means I'm your best buddy.
I tell that to everybody, so don't feel special.
Man. And here I was thinking I was special.
Joe, you are very special. You are Florida's #1 caster.
Well, I appreciate the kind words from Florida's #1 VGC player.
Well, we've got an incredible match from one of Florida's #1 VGC players as well, with another very interesting team against our local hero, Carey.
Yes, I mean, Carey D'Artona, man, he has been an absolute wunderkid right now in Regulation H, Regulation G. He's very much into Calyrex Shadow Rider, which I don't want to spoil it, but I think he's running Calyrex Shadow Rider today.
I think that Shadow Carey is definitely not switching it up for the local. I think he's trying to prove it to everybody that he is the best Shadow Rider player, not just our local scene, but in the circuit.
And we see he is battling Abdullah Sadiqe. I hope I pronounced that name right. And Abdullah's team, wow. This is incredible. Look at this team.
Absolutely incredible. We don't get to see Kyurem White very often. And on top of that, we get to see Ninetales and Cresselia, both Pokemon that I am very sure are definitely one and dones in this local and are not seen very often in any sort of major. So I'm very excited to see how Abdullah pilots this and how Abdullah approaches this more standard team and matchup.
Exactly. We do see that the Kyurem White, it is an Ice Terra to really add in the power of those blizzards that Alolan Ninetales' Snow Warning will activate. That also has Helping Hand and the Life Orb. That is just power on power on power, and you add in a Chi-Yu potentially in the back.
Absolutely. And Kyurem White, despite not being used very much, does have the highest special attack effective in the game currently. So I'm sure that the Helping Hand on top of the Terra Ice, on top of the Blizzard, is going to do absolutely incredible damage if Carey isn't prepared for it.
It's a shame you can't have the Helping Hand and the Beads of Ruin on top.
I know.
That would put more damage out than a Pikachu with a Light Ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that Kyurem's almost there without the special Game Freak special I guess attention.
Yeah,
the
for the most
Pikachu
part.
Love, the mascot love.
Exactly. But as we do see on Carey D'Artona's side, there is a Shadow Rider.
Absolutely.
He is riding the Ghost Horse again. He's riding Spoopy Horse.
And notably, nothing on this team can outspeed Shadow Rider. And there's no speed control, I believe, as well. Except for Trick Room.
Except for okay, the Cresselia does have access to Icy Wind, so there is a way to do that. However, Cresselia is a Psychic type Pokemon.
Yeah.
Astral Barrage with the Life Orb and a potential nasty plot 2 on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure Cresselia does not like to take a Life Orb Astral Barrage.
I think that I could see Carey definitely leading Ogerpon Fire and CSR into this matchup and just trying to outmatch and outpace Abdullah's offense with great coverage with the Fire type and the Ghost type in Abdullah's team.
I would agree on that. And also we have to keep in mind, though, that the Alolan Ninetales, as we did mention, it has access to Aurora Veil, one of the most impressive moves to negate damage now it can only be used in snow, but it's a self-setting light screen and reflect at the same time. It's G-Max Resonance in a regular move.
Absolutely. And also, I missed this, but it is Scarf Chi-Yu, which does put on a lot of pressure against Carey, but notably not the Snarl. So he will be able to redirect any Dark-type moves with an Ogerpon.
And we do see it is Ogerpon and Urshifu Rapid Strike versus the Ninetales and the Kyurem. So the snow comes out. Now, what's also important to note, Patrick, is that with the snow up, the Ninetales and the Kyurem both have a 50% boost to their physical defense. That is a massive upgrade from the hail weather condition that we had for previous years.
Absolutely. And notably, the Urshifu's crit, the Surging Strike, does not go through the hail defensive boost.
It does not, and we do see a Terra coming out on the side of Carey. This Urshifu
is Stellar.
The Stellar Terra right off bat, as Urshifu will get a 20% boost to whatever move it clicks for the first time. But we do see the Ninetales is actually the fastest Pokemon in this battle, getting that Aurora Veil up on the first turn, and an Ivy Culture coming out into the Kyurem.
Not very much.
Potentially trying to think that it was going to be a Terra Ice to make it super effective, but we do see the Freeze Dry coming out, bringing Urshifu down to its Focus Sash here. Now Freeze Dry just have a chance. It gets the freeze! Oh my god, it froze the Urshifu!
Oh no, and I think that might have been in the Stellar range, the Stellar CC range. That's very unfortunate.
It is massively unfortunate, but we do see the freeze, and Urshifu stays frozen for this turn. That is a massive turn for Abdullah right there. He gets the freeze. If I remember correctly, I think it's what, 10 or 20% on Freeze Dry to get the frozen.
I believe it's 10%.
I believe, because I think that's actually the thing with freeze, is that it's
never higher.
It's never higher than 10%. Unless it's with Tri-Attack, because I think then it's like I think it's like 16% or something like that. It's like a weird number or whatever. But we do see the Terra Ice coming out on this Kyurem now. It is going to do massive damage with those blizzards.
Let's see if Carrie also targets the Kyurem again with the...
Oh, we see a Thaw, a turn 1 Thaw.
Great. Yeah, that's definitely clutch for Carrie. Keeps him in it.
He does keep him in it, but we do see the...
Moonblast to protect, okay.
Okay, very impressive. Getting the Moonblast here onto the Urshifu to protect itself.
Does the Ogerpon outspeed? It does outspeed Kyurem. It's going to be bigger damage this time with it being super effective almost.
But not enough, and we do see the Blizzard come out here. This is going to do major damage.
I think this takes out the Ogerpon. I think this definitely, with all of the multipliers and the Life Orb, Terra Ice, I think that's... Oh, wow.
So
very
close.
bulky.
But a freeze on the Ogerpon!
Oh!
Oh my god, Ogerpon is frozen solid now!
2 for 2 on freeze attempts.
What is this Kyurem right now?
Absolutely working hard for Abdullah to get him just that little bit more of advantage.
Exactly here, but now Kyurem is in a very interesting position here, Patrick. It has 7 HP, and Carrie does have access to Aqua Jet on this Urshifu. He can essentially take out the Kyurem here, but he's probably going to lose his Ogerpon and the Urshifu to a Blizzard on this Ninetales.
But notably, Carrie does still have his restricted in the back, so that does allow Carrie to maintain momentum. But if Abdullah brought the Chi-Yu, the CSR is not able to Terra out of its dark weakness. So possibly, depending on how Abdullah brought in his back as well as Carrie, this could be a win for Abdullah. Oh, Carrie did not go for the Aqua Jet. That was a very smart play, knowing that the Life Orb will take out the Kyurem Life. So, okay, repositioning with the Fake Out, preserving the Urshifu.
And we do see the Intimidate coming out here, lowering the attack, and Ogerpon stays frozen. It did not go for something like a Spiky Shield there to potentially get a turn 1 Thaw out again, like Urshifu did.
Absolutely.
But this is going to be Life Orb, Terra Ice, Freeze Dry into this Incineroar here.
It's going to do big damage. Wow, yeah, for an Incineroar for a not very effective move, very impressive.
Could you imagine if Incineroar got frozen right there?
That'd be very unfortunate. Does Carrie have, I think Carrie does have Flare Blitz, at least 2 Thaw out of that, if that happens.
One of the few moves in the game that does allow you to thaw out.
There is no Chi-Yu in the back. There is a Chien-Pao to play mind games with the Sucker Punch and the Nasty Plot, but there's notably no Dark Pulse to immediately pressure the CSR if it is in the back.
And we do see Urshifu come back out onto the field here. Well, what's important to note here, though, Patrick, is that this Alolan Ninetales is carrying the Covert Cloak. So Ninetales can go for an attack here into, say, the Incineroar or the Urshifu, but the snow is still up, as is that Aurora Veil.
Let's see what Abdullah does to try to convert this advantage. Carrie does have Fake Out pressure, but notably, like you said, there is a Covert Cloak to prevent it. And Ninetales is still the fastest Pokemon in the field. So the Blizzard could easily take out the 1 health Urshifu, and also does threaten a freeze onto Carrie's Incineroar. Let's see what Abdullah does to answer this Protect.
We do see a Protect come out on the Urshifu, a Blizzard coming out into the Incineroar. Again, a freeze is possible.
It is absolutely possible.
It is possible. Will it happen, though? It does! Oh my god, what is this game? That is 3 for 3 on freezes.
And the Thunderbolt confirmed, so that freeze did not matter, but that is very unfortunate for Carry.
Oh my god, what is this game? This Ninetales and Kyurem lead has frozen everything!
I think freeze might be a 50% chance. I think the game might have been programmed wrong.
It could be 50%, it could be 100%.
Who knows?
Oh my god. But we do see that it is the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back. The snow is still up. The Aurora Veil is still up. But we do see that this is the last turn of Aurora
And
Veil.
notably, this is also an Assault Vest Raging Bolt, so CSR is going to have a lot of work to do to try to break through that. And it has Snarl to debuff.
Exactly. But we do see that Carry, realizing that the writing is on the wall, he has opted to cancel this battle. That was an incredible game one. Now,
Absolutely.
Granted, the freeze happens on everything. All of Carry's Pokemon essentially got frozen, with the exception of Calyrex, because it never got hit with a move to have a chance to get frozen.
Abdullah got the advantage quickly, made sure to convert that luck into a very comfortable winning position. Carry recognizing that, moving on to game 2. Now let's see what Carry can do to adjust that lead. I don't see Abdullah adjusting much just because that was such a dominant performance game 1. But let's see if Carry has any sort of answer or trick up his sleeve to match Abdullah's snow.
Exactly. Now, I did see this come out a couple days ago. Marcos Perez, as we know, he is a very good VGC player in, I believe, the Illinois area. I don't really know where Marcos.
I think he moved to New York actually recently.
Oh, if he moved to New York, then he's in the New York area.
Very good area.
He posted a video about how sleep is the most broken status condition. I'm gonna submit for the defense Exhibit A on freeze being the most broken move of status condition, because we just saw 3 Pokemon get frozen, and that essentially turned the game for Abdullah.
Absolutely, and there's no comfortable counterplay on Carry's team to that freezing, except for the Flare Blitz on the Incineroar. Otherwise, Carry just has to play with luck. He has to hope that his Pokemon do not get frozen by Abdullah's moves. And Abdullah has plenty of ways to make that RNG more and more likely with the double Blizzard and the freeze dry and multiple things to give him those chances. So very well constructed team by Abdullah. Let's see if Abdullah can convert this into a 2-0 win, or if Carry can make this a 3-game set.
Exactly here, because Carry has the pieces, he has the tools. It was just the way that the status conditions went. As we do see a sort of a switch up here. Instead of it being Ogerpon and Urshifu, it's Incineroar and Urshifu. So we can see a potential fake out here on this first turn.
Yeah, there is no Protect on the Kyurem White, so a fake out and a Parastellar close combat could confirm the KO. We did not get to see that roll, but I assume by Carry's game 1, that is what he is going for.
It is possible here, because the close combat will do major damage even through the snow, but the Aurora Veil, we did see that Ninetales was naturally faster than Urshifu in that first game. So even with the Stellar Terror, you're adding the Aurora Veil and the 50% snow boost. So this Kyurem's defense is essentially doubled, while Urshifu just gets a 20% boost on the Stellar Terror for 1 turn and loses its defense on top.
Absolutely. Let's see if Abdullah takes the chances and takes the damage and just lives another. Okay, Carry goes to the fake out. Did not Stellar notably this time, preserving the Terra.
And we do see the Aurora Veil coming out here on the side of the Ninetales to get that defenses up, but we do see Kyurem is faster than the Urshifu. Also important to note.
Okay, about 50%.
Big damage on the close combat here, but more importantly, dropping the defense by a stage. Now Urshifu does have access to Protect, as we did see, so you could potentially double into the Incineroar slot here.
And there is an Earth Power as well on the Kyurem White that he could go for if he wanted to try to remove the Incineroar and remove Carry's ability to fake out.
Exactly. So now now it's just a mind game here. What does Abdullah want to do? Does he want to call a Protect into the Urshifu and double into the Incineroar, thus removing Fake Out and Intimidate for something in the back like that Shen Pao?
Absolutely. I could definitely see Abdullah going for that, especially with such an aggressive team. Let's see how Carry answers.
We do see the Protect. We see the Protect on the Urshifu here, and Abdullah has opted to go for the Blizzard into the Incineroar slot here, as well as the Urshifu, just to break the Focus Sash. Will we see another? Is there another freeze? There's no freeze, but the Life Orb Earth Power does enough. Big damage on the Incineroar there, taking out the Incineroar with the double up and the Life Orb. But as you said, Patrick, Kyurem White that special attack is just massive.
Absolutely massive. And despite Incineroar being such a defensive staple, it cannot take a Earth Power from a base 170 special attack.
I don't believe so.
No.
I don't.
But CSR comes out for the first time. Let's see if it does something more than game one. This position is very interesting. CSR outspeeds both Pokemon, and it probably threatens a KO with an Astral Barrage. Let's see what Abdullah does to answer CSR's pressure.
We do see the Astral Barrage come out on the side of Carry. It will do big damage. It does knock out the Kyurem, bringing the Ninetales under 50% health, but more importantly, that Calyrex has just gotten its Grim Neigh off. It gets a +1 to special attack.
Going for the Blizzard. Let's see if Abdullah can connect with a... Oh, no, he went for a Moonblast.
He went for a Moonblast into the Urshifu.
Down to the Sash.
All right, bringing it down to Focus Sash once again. So Urshifu is down to just 1 HP for the remainder of the battle. There is the special attack drop, a 30% chance, but the Surging Strikes, ignoring the Aurora Veil and ignoring the Snow defense boost and getting those guaranteed critical hits and taking out the Ninetales. Carry has suddenly put himself in a favorable position with taking out the Kyurem and the Ninetales right now.
Now let's see what Abdullah has back. Same back from game one, the Raging Bolt and the Qianbao, both of which have dark type coverage for Carry CSR, and the Snarl could debuff and keep the CSR from running away with the game, as well as the resistance on the Qianbao. Let's see how Carry answers these two in the back.
And what's also important to note here, Patrick, is that Urshifu will go down to just about any attack here, but Qianbao also gets the same snow buffs as Kyurem and Alolan Ninetales on top of that Aurora Veil. Calyrex is in a very interesting position here because you could theoretically go for a Snarl, knock out the Urshifu, and just double up into the Calyrex here. But what if Calyrex protects?
That is true. Let's see if Abdullah makes a middle ground play. It seems like he did with the Snarl play. So Carry is sitting with his CSR. Let's see if he protects or attacks. Respects the Qianbao and the Raging Bolt.
And we do see it is Ogerpon in the back, and there is a protect on the side of Calyrex Shadow here, and we do see the Ice Spinner. It did go into the Calyrex slot.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense to play around with the nasty plot. He wanted to get the guaranteed damage with the spinner. If CSR decided not to protect and decided to nasty plot to play the Sucker Punch mind games, it was a very good middle ground play from Abdullah. But this Ogerpon notably is able to redirect attacks from Qianbao and from Raging Bolt, and Raging Bolt cannot do much damage to this Grass Fire type Ogerpon.
It cannot. However, what's important to note is that Carry, I believe, still has access to his terastallization here, and if he terras something like the Ogerpon here, now we do see the Terra Orb coming out on Carry's side, and it is into the Calyrex. It's going to be a normal type now. So now Snarl is now 4 times super effective, and Sucker Punch is not 4 times super effective, but it does turn Sacred Sword into a super effective move.
No protects from either side. Carry gets the Astral Barrage off. Notably, that Assault Vest and that Aurora Veil is coming in clutch to keep that Raging Bolt. Carry did not follow me. Carry allowing the CSR to take damage, and the Ivy Cudgel to confirm KO to Qianbao. Now it is a Raging Bolt against the world, but notably, everything is very, very low health, except for the Ogerpon, Draco, and it misses.
And it missed the Ogerpon. That is where the ultimate unfortunate happens there. By losing out on Draco Meteor, this Calyrex, it has the ability to go for a +1 single target Astral Barrage.
Absolutely.
However, there is the Thunderclap that you could potentially run into the Calyrex here, but if Ogerpon
respects that with the follow me.
Exactly, and let's also see if Abdullah tries to go for the Thunderclap, maybe just thinking, okay, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't happen.
Absolutely. That Draco miss was unfortunate for Abdullah. It put him into a position that was possibly winnable to nearly unwinnable. And Carry does make the safe play, follow knees, and I believe that Calyrex Shadow Rider is about to let off a +1 Astral Barrage single target into the Raging Bolt. And that confirms the KO.
And that will allow Carry to force a game 3 here. And we also forgot to mention there was a Life Orb on. Life Orb +1. A lot of boosts on the Calyrex there. But more importantly, Carry managed to go around the snow. He weathered the snow, and at least for game 2, the cold didn't bother him anyway. Why did I just use that line?
I think you should just let it go.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, so now let's see if Abdullah stuck to the same game plan with game 1. Carry made the switch up, bringing the same floor, but leading with Incineroar. Let's see if Abdullah makes an adjustment to respect Carry's lead adjustment. And this game 3 is very close. These matchups seems very, very even. And Abdullah and Carry are both playing very, very well.
I agree, because if we look at how Abdullah played games 1 and 2, now those 4 Pokemon he had, they did well in both games. Now game 1, it definitely helped out with the freezes.
Absolutely.
Game 2, the Draco Meteor Miss definitely hurt. He could have even protected on the Chien-Pao, and if the Draco Meteor hits, then you have the Ogerpon potentially down, or you have Ogerpon potentially could live. There was no booster energy on the Raging Bolt. There was no photosynthesis activated either. So you're basically running a risk there that Raging Bolt could knock out with Draco Meteor. Now, Ogerpon does have a decent special defense stat. Whether or not it can live a Raging Bolt Draco Meteor, that's another story.
Absolutely. I do not know my AV Raging Bolt counts, but I would not be very surprised if that Draco Meteor could confirm the KO at that range for a little bit of damage. Well, let's see if this game is more in Carry or Abdullah's favor, or is it very even RNG-less set, but we have not seen a lack of RNG yet in any of these games.
We have not seen a lack of RNG just yet. Game 1, it was all about the freezes. Game 2, it was all about the accuracy. And that's why we know if a move is not 100% accurate, it is 50% accurate.
And that has definitely been the case for both of these players. Carry, notably, I do not believe has an inaccurate move on his team except for his own Draco Meteor, which I do not see him bringing into this game.
I don't see him bringing it either, because the 4 Pokemon that he has brought both games, he brought the Urshifu, Incineroar, Calyrex, Shadow, and Ogerpon. They worked out well, and we do see another switch up here. It is the Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider for game 3, but another switch up on Abdullah's side. It's Raging Bolt and Kyurem White.
That makes a lot of sense from Abdullah, covering for the Urshifu lead that was shown by Carry both games. It was pressuring the Kyurem White so much, and it also allows him to debuff the CSR if the CSR is led. So let's see what Abdullah and Carry do in this new board state that they have not arrived at yet.
Exactly. So by looking at this play here, Incineroar does have free reign to go for a fake out into something, and Calyrex could potentially set up with that nasty plot, get it to +2 with that Life Orb. But it all comes down to what did Carry go for? Where did he fake out? Because if he fakes out correctly, that helps him out. If he fakes out wrong, that could help out Abdullah.
Absolutely. And Carry does lock in the Terra Normal, so he is not weak to the Snarls. It turns a 4-time super effective Dark move into a neutral move. Carry fakes out the...
And gets a critical hit on the fake out as well. And there's the nasty plot off rip. So Carry predicts the Kyurem going for the fake out. And we do see the Snarl come out. It does hit, but we do see that it is now +1 on the Calyrex. However, there is no Aurora Veil up. I'm no expert, but I don't think a Kyurem White can live a +1 Life Orb Astral Barrage without a Veil up.
Let's see what Carry locks into this game. Carry does have some interesting options here. Will Carry defensively protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider and reposition with a Parting Shot into an Ogerpon to further protect the Shadow Rider? Or will Carry go full offense to try to confirm a KO immediately? And as Abdullah just showed, he did make the Chi-Yu adjustment.
He did bring...
Yes, absolutely. That could be another option for him to go into. I would not be surprised if a Terra Electric Thunderclap with a Chi-Yu on the field could do great damage to that CSR. Carry does just go for damage.
He goes for the raw Astral Barrage at +1 with the Life Orb.
Oh,
Kyurem lives! That is massive, and we do see the Earth Power coming out into Incineroar.
Great call from Carry, and it survived.
Incineroar survived, though. That's massive, because by Incineroar surviving, it can go for something like a knockoff or a Parting Shot into the Raging Bolt, and it is Parting Shot.
Absolutely. And notably, game 1, or game 2, whenever Abdullah did go for the Earth Power, that little bit of Blizzard Chip from Ninetale probably put it into range for the Incineroar to take that KO. Very good job from Carry, knowing his calculations and knowing that without that Blizzard Chip, that Incineroar would survive and allowing it a free Parting Shot and the switch into the Ogerpon, now allowing him to further protect his CSR.
And we do see that Ninetales is in the back, but we also do see the Chi-Yu is making an appearance on the field. It is the Choice Scarf variant, like you said, so it will lock itself into whatever move it chooses for the first turn of this battle. And if it's someone like a Heat Wave, that could be big. However, that's a 90% accurate move on both targets, and I don't know if Calyrex can survive with this range.
Maybe Carry will scout with a Protect to see if it could survive this move. Abdullah locking into, I believe, Dark Pulse, not going for the chance to miss. Let's see what Carry does to answer this Chi-Yu that does outspeed and pressure.
We actually see it's a spiky shield coming out on the Ogerpon here. And it is a Dark Pulse into the Calyrex, and it does knock out the Calyrex. Calyrex is down, the Terra is down, the horse is down on Carry's side.
Absolutely interesting play from Carry, but given that play, I would not be surprised if Carry does have the Urshifu in the back to take out that Chi-Yu now that it's locked to a Dark Pulse, especially with the Focus Sash impact.
And it is the Urshifu in the back for Carry. Now, this is where it gets interesting because you could go for the Draco Meteor into the Ogerpon, but you are -1 on the Ogerpon. That's where you have a very interesting situation here, and you're locked in the Dark Pulse. You let that Urshifu go for an attack here, Chi-Yu is most likely going down.
I think the Raging Bolt is as well in close combat range. So there is a lot of pressure coming off from this Focus Sash Raging Bolt, and it could be protected by the Chi-Yu with Fallen and not taking it down to a Sash if Abdullah decides to go for a Thunderclap or any other quicker pressure. So let's see what Carry goes for now.
We do see the Follow Me come out on the Ogerpon to
Let's see how
redo.
Carry targets.
And it will be a Surging Strikes into the Ninetales.
Very interesting.
And again, we do see that even with the snow buffs, it ignores that 50% defense boost, and Ninetales has gone down to just under 50% right off of one attack. But here comes the Draco Meteor. It does hit the Ogerpon, and a critical hit! The critical hit ignoring the -1 on the parting shot and takes out Ogerpon in one hit!
Absolutely unfortunate luck for Carry, but great job by Abdullah finding that switch to protect the Chi-Yu and also to get that Draco off with the Raging Bolt. But the game is not over. Carry still has that Incineroar, that fake out pressure, and Abdullah does have to answer that fake out. And let's see what he decides to lock into.
He does have to answer that, but you also have to wonder with the Incineroar at low health, potentially going into it would have been the smarter play here. As we do see a Moonblast come out into the Urshifu, doesn't bring it down to Focus Sash, but a Surging Strikes comes out, and it will take down this Ninetales with 3 guaranteed critical hits because Urshifu has mastered the way of water.
Absolutely.
And funnily enough, ice is just water. So Urshifu really has mastered how to master ice.
Now this is a very tricky position for Carry to be in. We have a full health Chi-Yu and a low health Incineroar and Urshifu with not many answers for Carry to try and win this set. And Abdullah still does have Terra, so even an Aqua Jet. Oh, is it Terra Fire? Yeah, Terra Fire.
And we do see the Aqua Jet come.
Crit? Oh.
It does not crit, but Aqua Jet was the smart play to potentially avoid the Thunderclap, but it does not matter. Chi-Yu with a Heat Wave, it hit both targets and a double critical hit!
I do not think those critical hits mattered, but very well played by Abdullah. Good job converting his advantage, converting the positive one, and very good job by Carry to try to adjust and match such an aggressive and high-pressure team.
That was an incredible round 2 by Abdullah and Carry. What a finish, too.
Absolutely.
Just getting that Heat Wave down. The critical hit on Draco Meteor. Again, we understand that critical hits, they can literally make or break a battle.
Raging Bolt had to make up for that game 2 miss. It wanted to make its trainer happy.
I believe it definitely did, and it took its nice long giraffe neck and it dropped Meteors down, and they just crashed into Ogerpon, and unfortunately its mass couldn't defend itself enough.
Absolutely. I think that Raging Bolt was the dragon type that took away game 3 and won the set for Abdullah, and it was not Kiram White, so that was very, very impressive play by Abdullah, winning the game despite losing his restricted so early.
Exactly, you are correct. That Earth Power also, you did notice that Incineroar lived but the Blizzard chip probably was enough in game 1
Yeah.
to get that KO on Earth Power. That just shows how good Carry is with Incineroar and why it's Wolf Glick's favorite Pokemon.
Absolutely. Incineroar is the bastion of consistency, but sadly, Incineroar could not match the special attack and offensive prowess of Karen White.
Unfortunately, it could not, but in the
Very, very well played by Abdullah.
for
Very
both
good
for
sense.
both trainers with a life orb restricted Pokemon, having the amount of damage that they did just showcased how good these trainers are. And we still have 2 more rounds left.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can have a rematch with these two players in Top Cut. We'll be expecting them both to continue playing well and bringing both of these teams to their best performances possible.
Now, one final thing before we leave. On the positive, we did get to see a Kyurem White. We did get to see a Kyurem White. On the negative, we didn't get to see a Cresselia.
That is
We
true.
didn't get to see Cresselia. It's a shame, though, that we can't see Darkrai, though.
I know. It would be wonderful if it was allowed, but
Of course, though, Darkrai, it can't even use Dark Void because Dark Void is just a very bad status move.
probably best for the game.
Agreed to disagree on that. I believe that by then removing it from Smeargle, yes. By lowering it to 50% on Darkrai, no.
Maybe it'll make Wide Guard even more popular in these restricted formats than it already is.
Or even in a mythical format, as we did at the
Absolutely.
end of Sword and Shield. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. Patrick, it was such a blast to cast with you
It was
for
a
round
pleasure.
2, man.
Absolutely.
Guys, please stick around. We will be back with round 3 after this short break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Oviedo Challenge here today. I'm here with my buddy pal, the 10th anniversary cup winner, Christopher Baez. How's it going, buddy?
It's going pretty good. How you doing yourself?
I'm doing great. We saw a great match. Depending on the perspective you want to look, between Carrie and Abdullah with the Ninetales and the Hiram White against Shadow Rider. I'm getting a look from Carrie, as I said that, but we are heading into round 3. I'm very excited to see, what we got these players up. We do have to keep in mind this is a 4-round switch, so we are 1 round away from being close to that top cut. All right. Is there any thoughts and, perspectives and stuff you want to give out so far, Chris? You've been, looking at it.
Yeah, I find both of the teams really interesting because both of them are my friends right now, so it's going to be hard rooting for either one.
Yeah.
I know that Joven is actually running the team that I ran at the local. We're actually team building partners, so this should be the exact copy
Breaking
unless
news.
you made any changes.
This is breaking news. This is breaking news.
I have really high faith in this team.
No, yeah.
But I know that with the hard Trick Room matchup, it is one of our most difficult ones.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really read heavy on both sides. So
yeah, we do get to see both of the players on stream. We do have Andrew Navarro versus Joven Texaria, or Texara. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
The names are flipped.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't heal.
Yeah.
Production.
Joven on the left.
Yeah.
And Andrew on the right.
Yeah. But we get to see both the Ice Rider versus Zamazenta. I believe the first time of each of these restrictors being shown up on stream during this time. We do get to see a similar version, actually, of the Zamazenta that actually Kobe ran, which is I think it's almost the exact same Zix of, with Zamazenta, Chen Pao, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Urshifu, and Amoonguss. Very interesting team we get to see here with Heavy Slam instead of that Behemoth Bash, which I don't know, what it could do against Andrew's Ice Riders team.
Yeah, this is going to be a little difficult because it is on the Terra Fairy, but I definitely know that through Zamazenta's high defense stat and next to Shenpao, we can definitely brute force it. We also don't even have to lead Zama. We can lead Urshifu with the Terra Water to kind of just chip down that Ice Rider. I think the scariest thing right now is facing that Smeargle because it can really get out of hand. I really think that Andrew is going to identify that and bring Smeargle on that and try to probably lead with Calyrex to get that heavy Trick Room right away.
Yes.
Hopefully Amoonguss can come in clutch for that Trick Room matchup.
No, yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult, especially with not only that Smeargle, but also that Blood Moon. Once it gets under that Trick Room, the Blood Moon can do massive damage with the Earth Power, especially holding that Life Orb, which will increase the damage output. But I'm a little bit more interested on Andrew's Choice Banded Urshifu Dark Single Strike. That's something you don't really see often as much.
Yeah, that is very surprising, especially with a Terra Grass. Normally you see that with Terra Poison.
Yeah.
So I think he's really scared of the Spore coming out.
I think he is, possibly for the Amoonguss matchup once it's set up under Trick Room. But
lots of Spore answers here.
No, yeah, I do believe we are going to be heading straight into our match. I'm very excited to see both of these players compete and battle it out to try to secure that spot into the top cut. We will be seeing the Ogerpon Farflame with the Ice Rider next to it, with Zamazenta and Urshifu on the side of Joven coming out.
Yeah, it looks over here that Mammoth actually didn't go with the Smeargle, which I'm a little surprised about, but Joven also went the Urshifu to kind of brute force the Calyrex.
Yeah, It's going to be a little bit interesting. I do believe this might be a possible just game one, a follow me Trick Room play from Andrew, just to be able to just set up that Trick Room, since I think Andrew is identifying that most of the pieces on Joven's side are a lot faster than his, and just under that Trick Room, he's able to just outspeed and just do a lot of damage.
Yep, and I think we're going to have to see what Joven locks into here. I think he's really deciding whether he should go for the knockout on that Ogre Pawn with the Zamazenta, or he could also be reading with the Protect and try to do that, but I think that he also might try to identify the Follow Me Trick Room and pivot, but it looks like he locked into Surging Strike here to try to just do as much damage as he can to the Calyrex.
We are going to
and deny that Trick Room.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing a Terra coming out on Joven's side. It is going to be onto that Urshifu.
The Terra Water?
The Terra Water, increasing the Surging Strike's damage output. This may, depending on the bulk of Andrew's Ogre Pawn, it might be enough to pick up the KO, but time will tell. We will be seeing the Surging
no
Strike.
Follow Me at all.
No Follow Me going straight into the Calyrex, doing massive amount of damage. Andrew might have read that Joven was expecting him to go for the Trick Room Follow Me play, but I guess it's not. It will be doing more around 60% of damage into the Calyrex Ice Riding slot.
And this might be body press range.
Oh!
And it misses just barely.
It barely lives off one. We do see Ivy Cudgel going into the Zamazenta doing 11 because it is a critical hit.
Oh, and a Glacial Lance, and that looks like it's going to be picking out the knockout on Zamazenta. No Trick Room, though, from Mammoth.
That is an interesting play. Going offensive, not going the Trick Room route that I think we all anticipated here. And because of that, Chilling Neigh will proc, be giving it a +1 into the boost. And now Joven's kind of in a little bit of a backseat. Losing your restricted turn 1 is something that you do not want to happen early on. We will be seeing the Dragonite come in, but while it can do damage because it's choice banded, it's gonna be a little bit tricky because that Ogre Pawn now, there's nothing stopping it from going for a Follow Me and just either going for a Trick Room on the Calyrex or just going for another Glacial Lance.
Yep, unfortunately, I don't think that he's going to be able to stop this, and especially that all his backlines on Joven's side is going to be weak to all the Glacial Lands. So if Andrew really gets that Trick Room up, then everything but the Mungus is going to be understruck by the Calyrex.
Yeah, we will be seeing a Surging Strikes going into the Ogre Pawn slot, doing a little bit around, I think, 15% each roll. It will be putting it in a close enough range where possibly Dragonite will be picking up the KO no matter what. But it's interesting to see what it goes for. Oh, Ogre Pawn goes for Horn Leech.
And actually picking out the knockout on the Urshifu, surprisingly, with no grassy terrain.
Ooh,
it's supposed to be a very offensive Ogre Pawn then.
Yeah, it's a very offensive Ogre Pawn. Being able to pick up the Urshifu. Joven's resources are going down. The question is, where did the Dragonite focus their attack on? It did go into the Ogre Pawn. It will be able to pick up the KO, but because Ogre Pawn is going down, there's nothing stopping this horse to just hit the funny button of Glacial Lance. Yep. It will be picking up the KO onto the Dragonite, and I think, I don't want to call it
another +1 onto the Calyrex.
Yeah, I don't want to
come down to this solo Mungus.
Oh no, do we think a Mungus can clutch this?
Well, from my experience, I'm confident this Amoonguss does not overspeed the Calyrex, so it will be taking, unfortunately, Glacial Lance, but we'll see. Maybe Mammoth can go for like a Trick Room here, but it's just going to be a forfeit on Joven's side.
Yeah, it seems like Joven is looking at the writing on the wall, realizing that there is no way for him to come back from this, and he decides to just take a step back and try to reanalyze this as Andrew takes map game 1. Honestly, Andrew played that really well, going for just going off the offense right off the bat, realizing that, hey, I could set up Trick Room here, but I think that's what they anticipate. Just being able to just remove that option is honestly a good job, and being able to just secure him to game 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think Joven's probably going to recognize that, and he might try to just go on the offensive as well going into this game too, rather than try to go for a heavier play to deny that Trick Room as well. But who knows, Andrew can come here and just reverse that and go for a harder Trick Room angle. But we'll see. We'll have to see what Joven locks into for his 4. He knows that he needs to bring Zamazenta to deny the Glacial Lances and the Hyper Voices. I'm curious if he's going to bring maybe like the Shenpao to boost out the damage output and also get a Glacial Lance resist. But I also feel like he's going to be bringing the Mungus to try to cover that Trick Room angle. So it's gonna be a difficult decision for Joven here.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to what Andrew wants, especially now that he has one game up. Andrew could experiment if he really wanted to, going for a very unorthodox play of, like, you know, just going aggressive right off the bat. And if Joven were to read that, then it could put him a little bit in the backseat. But it's going to be hard to tell, especially, you know, with Andrew's team. It can go either or. It has the slow mons of the Smeargle, the Indeedee, and the Blood Moon and the Calyrex. But it also has two fast, aggressive options, both of the Ogerpon Heartflame and the Dark Urshifu that can just do so much damage and just honestly break most of Joven's pieces. It's going to be a little bit interesting to figure out what Joven adapts into.
Yep. And Mammoth with that Terra Fairy Calyrex can also just respond with a Terra Fairy into that to just deny all the offensive play that Joven wants to throw out.
Yeah, it is going to come down to what these players both believe in and what they both think each other will bring into. Honestly, this is going to be a very interesting set to see. I think we are going to be heading straight into game number 2, and I honestly want to see what these players adapt to and make their adjustments towards.
Oh, and it looks like the Smeargle is actually going to come up for game 2 on Mammoth's side. And Joven's going to be leading the same thing of Urshifu and Zamazenta.
Ooh, yeah, we are going to be seeing the Urshifu and Zamazenta. This does feel a little bit more of a similar play from game 1 of just a possible Follow Me and Trick Room. But the Smeargle does have the option of just going for Fake Out. So if it were to go for a Fake Out play, just denying any damage output from either the Urshifu or the Zamazenta, it could be a little bit tricky depending on what Andrew decides to go for, but honestly, only time can tell.
Yep, I like the swap on Joven. If he gets the swap right on the Fake Out, he's going to break out Sash on Smeargle and possibly get the body press into it, just completely knocking it out. But it's really going to come down to that read. A lot of heavy pressure on Mammoth's side, Andrew's side. Yeah,
it is going to be a little bit pressure on Joven. Joven has to find a nice ground just to be able to put his foot on and to just gain some momentum, because at any point, Andrew, all he could do is either step on the gas or just let it slow it down to a point that he can just, you know, take it from there. We will be seeing the Amoonguss swap out on the Urshifu slide, and we are going to be seeing a Terra.
I think this is a Terra Fairy into the Calyrex.
Ooh, yeah, a Terra Fairy.
Predicting that body press may be going into it.
Yeah, a Terra Fairy into the Calyrex slot. It seems like Andrew is not very happy of it going for a Amoonguss swap. We are going to see body press going straight into the Smeargle, bring it down to its Sash. Of course, it is just 1 HP. The question has to be asked, what did Smeargle go for? It's a Glacial Lands into the Zamazenta of the Amoonguss, and it will be able to pick up the KO onto the Amoonguss, giving it a +1 because of Chilling Neigh. If Andrew went for a Spore onto the Zamazenta, then that might actually have a lot of
momentum to Andrew.
And he does get the Spore into the Zamazenta. That is not looking good for Joven.
Yeah, with Chien-Pao being in the back now, that's going to actually boost out the damage onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, making that +1 be even more effective into the Zama, pretty much denying that like +1 defense that Zama already has. It's very uncomfortable for Joven right now with that Spore to the Zama, and now he's going to bring out the Urshifu here. Unfortunately, Urshifu probably won't be able to get any damage here because Zama won't be able to respond and dish out any damage back because it has to have that turn 0 sleep.
It's going to be a little bit tricky, but not only that, there is nothing stopping Andrew. Just instead of playing aggressive, just slowing it down and resetting that Trick Room. I keep believing the man will click the Trick Room button, but I don't know if he will. He has so much momentum. He has so many options to go for. At the end of the day, it just comes down to what he believes is the right call.
Yep, and we're going to see a possible Terra Water. I think Joven's going to read that he won't be clicking that Follow Me, and maybe go for a really offensive. Andrew might go for a very offensive play here and just go for a Decorate and Trick Room angle and try to just like steal the game with high horsepower into Zamazenta.
Yeah.
But we see the Terra Water come out. No more defensive Terra for Zama, trying to with the Dragon to deny a high horsepower. And there goes the Zama Sleep, and no Follow Me actually off of the Smeargle right now.
Yeah, it will be going for that Surging Strikes into the Calyrex slot, trying to do as much damage as it can. Although the water is being boosted by the Terra Water, it's still not enough. We already saw this damage output from game number 1. It will not be putting in a range for Calyrex to possibly be knocked out.
we will be seeing another score into the Smeargle slot, and since we know the Smeargle was slower than the Ice Rider, it is safe to assume that he went for the Trick Room button, which he has. Now the speed has been shifted, and now looks like Andrew's 2 Mons are going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. I don't know how he can get out of this. I don't
This
know.
will be rough.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully the Zamazenta could. It can't be put to sleep again, but unfortunately he's going to burn like another turn of sleep. And here comes the Decorate into Ice Rider. I think he's just going to be spamming the funny button, like you say.
The funny button of Glacial Lance. It will be increasing both of the Calyrex's attack power by 1. It lives off of 6 HP, which is phenomenal, but sadly, since Urshifu has to take its mandatory turn of sleep, there's just nothing Joven can do except hope that the Zamazenta can wake up and possibly find a way out from this Trick Room play. He needs both of his Mons to wake up this 1 turn, assuming that, you know, the Urshifu can live either a high horsepower or a Glacial Lance coming up from this +3 Calyrex. Joven needs luck on his side, and he needs both of his Pokemon to not be a loopy dog.
And there goes Zamazenta actually waking up and being able to get the Protect off. Gonna buy Joven another turn. And let's see if what Mammoth goes into.
Oh my god.
Another Decorate.
Oh no,
He really wants to get this Zamazenta out of
he
here.
loves making this Calyrex Ice Rider pretty. It will be a Glacial Lance into the Zamazenta. How much damage output will be doing? It
+5 Glacial Lance.
will Urshifu live or will it go down?
Ooh,
It will go
one-hit
down.
knockout.
It will be going down, and you know what? Because it went down, Chilling Neigh will activate. And I think for the first time in a long time, we'll be seeing a +6 Calyrex
Max
Ice Rider.
attack. Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
Here comes Shempao, only reducing the defense even more for this max attack Calyrex.
I honestly think there's only one way out for Joven. It is just misses left and right. Hoping for a high horsepower miss. Hoping for
A
something.
double protect, a
Or
triple
double
protect.
Yeah, he needs Lady Luck on his side. I don't want to say it. I don't want to be biased. But I think the writing's on the wall. I think it is possibly that Andrew takes this at 2-0. I do not see a way for Joven to get out from this.
It's going to be hard, but if Lady Luck, as you said, he's going to get the double protect actually, running another turn of Trick Room, and with Shempao being on the field, it's actually going to be unfortunately put to sleep, but with the damage boost from Shempao, it should be able to allow Zamazenta, if Trick Room's out, to possibly get the knockout on Calyrex.
It will be going for a high horsepower into the Zamazenta, which means Chen Pao's Sash is still intact, but not only that, Chen Pao's being the slowest one on the field, it can do its mandatory turn of sleep. It just comes down to what Andrew decides to go for. If he decides to go for another high horsepower into the Zamazenta, he needs to hope that it lands. If he decides to go for a Glacial Lance, he needs to hope that Joven doesn't go for Wide Guard. We are going to be seeing a swap onto Andrew's side, into the Ogerpon, replacing the Smeargle. It is going to be able to, you know, break the mold because of its ability. Wide Guard comes out. You just have to hope that it did not go for a Glacial Lance here.
And it's going to be a high horsepower, unfortunately, and Zamazenta with that is going to be knocked out.
Ooh.
Let's see if Shempao will wake up, though, and possibly get a knockout onto the Calyrex, and it's going to be another turn of sleep,
It is
unfortunately.
another turn of sleep. Chen Pao is enjoying its little nap. While it is not, it is still possible for Chen Pao to possibly make a run and just crit everything on the field. I think we know what the writing is. I think we see
and
the
with
future.
that, Joven,
Yeah.
click the run button.
Yeah, Joven has forfeited the set and allowing Andrew to not only win the set going 2-0, but securing a spot going into Top Cut with a 3-0 record. I do not think it is possible for this man to not make Top Cut. Honestly, that was a set.
Yeah, it is a very negative matchup for Zamazenta going into this, very read heavy. I think Joven played the best that he could going into that game 2. Andrew was just on top, responding with the correct leads as well as reads that he needed to get, and the sleep timers really helped Joven have no momentum.
Yeah.
All the momentum was on Andrew's side.
Lady Luck was just not on Joven's side, not being able to get the turn 1 sleeps, not being able to do anything to just help Joven out. Very unfortunate for both of these players, but it is nice to see Andrew Navarro in the top cut. Honestly, I'm going to be very excited to see whoever makes top cut, how they make the adjustments against this team. Because honestly, I don't even know if it's possible to break this team.
Yeah, it seems to be doing really good right now in this challenge. It's just taking out things left and right, but maybe on top cut there's going to be someone with an answer to this hard trick room. That could be the run for Andrew, but
yeah, only time
will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell, but don't you go anywhere. We will be right back with round number 4 in this Florida Oviedo challenge.
Welcome to Versus Games, located in Oviedo Mall. We carry all your trading card game and tabletop RPG needs. Come by and play your favorite games like Warhammer, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic the Gathering, One Piece, and many more. There's also weekly fighting game tournaments. Looking for some extra cash? We also buy cards from select TCGs. Join us on our journey and keep on gaming, gamers. Versus Games.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of Swiss here at the Versus Games League Challenge here in Oviedo, Florida. I'm Joe Carlino, still on the call for you guys, and it looks like everybody wants to cast with me because I got my bud Riley Wilcox here. Riley, what's going on,
I
man?
got my butt kicked on stream. I decided, come over here and help you out on the desk. We have two really, really strong players on stream right now. We have Terry D'Ortona and Patrick Connors.
We got Patrick.
Here.
We have Patrick on stream, and he was just on the cast 2 rounds ago.
Yes, he was.
Now, of course, they may be good players themselves, but they're not like us. They're not like us, otherwise they'd be here.
Yeah, we're so good right now. Look, we don't have to play a game. We're just enjoying ourselves, watching some great quality games,
But again, as we said, it's Kerry D'Ortona, the wonder kid for the Florida VGC scene right now, versus Patrick Connors, who up until NAIC 2024, it's not hyperbole to say he wasn't really known. And then you win a tournament like NAIC, and suddenly everybody knows you.
Yeah, for real. And then we also have like the dynamic between these two players, where Patrick almost is like, I wouldn't say coach, but almost like a what's the word?
Mentor.
Mentor. Exactly.
Mentor-student relation. He's like mustard, and Kerry is the cub food that we have to acquire.
Correct, yeah. And as we see, I believe, actually, have an Urshifu on both teams.
Oh, right. We do have Urshifu on both sides. So it really does add up there. We also do see that there is an Incineroar on both sides and a Raging Bolt on both sides.
Shocker.
I mean, honestly, Incineroar, though, everybody loves Wolf Glick's favorite Pokemon. It is Wolf Glick's favorite Pokemon for a reason.
Pretty good. And we do see actually a really interesting innovation on Patrick's team, that Terra Bug Incineroar.
Ooh, Terra Bug Incineroar is very interesting. And also, both of our Incineroars on these trainers, they're running the Rocky Helmet item, so that actually helps out in the Urshifu matchup. When we look at Kerry's team, once again, because Kerry was on stream earlier against Abdullah, and that was a very fun matchup with a little bit of unfortunate, status conditions and Draco misses and Draco Meteor critical hits and everything. But Kerry's team really centers around that Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider. And Riley, you're on Calyrex Shadow Rider. You enjoy it.
I have played this exact 6 before, because Kerry was kind enough to send me the pace. It is a very strong team. When you have the support of the double fake out, and then you also have the really strong redirection opportunity with Ogre, and then just some extra kill potential in the Urshifu, so it's really hard to strike a weakness at. It's really, really well built, and it's hard to kind of catch a free turn, but kind of get that Calyrex and compromise.
Exactly, because sometimes when it comes to that Calyrex Shadow Rider, you want to have it set up early, or you just want to click buttons. You just want to click. It's click buttons now, ask questions after I've thoroughly beat you down.
Because contrary to popular belief, Astro Barrage, if you pick up a KO, is also a setup move.
And if we look at Patrick Connors' team, Riley, if I'm not mistaken, this looks very familiar to NAIC, doesn't it?
Yes.
Are we back in New Orleans?
We are seeing a big lack of a bird here, however.
Oh, no bird!
We're also seeing Terra Poison Calyrex Ice Rider, which has been a thing that we've seen around here a little bit, that I know every one of our players out here is running, which is really strong for the Zamazinta matchup. Unfortunately, I didn't have outside of your Astral Barrage, you are weak to the Psychic.
You are weak to the Psychic, but we also do see that his Urshifu, once again, it is that Choice Scarf variant, and it does have coaching.
Yes, it's a really good way to get like early pressure and some really good on that Calyrex to give staying power and kill potential to make or boost and snowball that Glacial Lance and that Chilling Mage.
And even still, with Urshifu having that coaching, you could do something like maybe even on the Ogerpon, really buff up Ogerpon Cornerstone, which normally is a decent Pokemon, but then its Terastallization gives it a physical defense boost.
It might also be seen that maybe you'll see some coaching on some of those combats better, but I think we're getting into the game.
And one of these trainers is going to make it to top cut, Riley. Yep. Will it be Patrick or will it be Gary?
I don't know. These are both really strong players, and we are seeing Raging Bolt and Carry here.
And we do see the booster energy activated on Carry's side, getting that special attack raised by 30% by the booster energy. What would have been fun, though, is if it was a fast Raging Bolt and it would have been able to get a 50% boost.
Yep. See, we are seeing the Farigiraf switch out, which definitely makes it harder for the, well, makes it easier for the opposing Raging Bolt, because now you can go for those Thunderclaps. But now we see our own Raging Bolt hitting the field, which has that same dynamic of do we Thunderclap, do we not?
And we see a close combat come out from the Urshifu. A critical hit on the first turn on Patrick's Urshifu brings Carry's Urshifu just above 1 HP, but we do see a close combat come into the Raging Bolt, doing well over 50%.
That is a lot of damage.
Into the Raging Bolt. Both Urshifus have lower defenses, but a Thunderbolt comes out here. This is 4 times resisted, but even with that booster energy, it did a lot of damage there, Riley.
Yeah, it did. With the Raging Bolt at such low HP, it's a very easy pickup for that Calyrex Shadow Rider that's definitely in the back here. So that we could see that almost be preserved for a free boost, almost like a little health pack, if you wanted to keep that alive, or we could take it out now so it doesn't threaten your back mod.
And what's important to note here is that Patrick does have that Farigiraf in the bag. If Carry decides to go for a Thunderclap into the Urshifu, now that it's -1 and has the Choice Scarf, Urshifu will definitely go down because it's -1 on its defenses, but conversely, that prevents Urshifu from getting an attack on.
Yeah, we are seeing the Urshifu actually switch out for that Calyrex, which I think is a really good call because you are immune to that close combat, and I don't know if Surging Strikes or Aqua Jet is going to do enough to threaten it, especially because that Raging Bolt is such in a compromising position that staying on board and clicking that Thunderclap is hard. And we're seeing Terastallization.
And it's fitting that we're coming up on Valentine's Day because this Raging Bolt is feeling the love as a fairy type.
Yes, it is, which definitely gives it a benefit into front of the other Raging Bolt, resisting those close combats, which actually goes into the Calyrex slot being immune, and then the Draco Meteor going into the, oh wow, also going into the Calyrex, which is dodged.
That is massive for the 90% accuracy, but we do see the Thunderbolt come out here. Going for Thunderbolt instead of going for Thunderclap, potentially predicting a Farigiraf switch in on the Raging Bolt there, but Urshifu goes down on Patrick's side, and Carry is suddenly up 4-3 right now in this game number 1.
And there's a lot more damage on Patrick's side of the board right now. We are seeing that healthy Farigiraf definitely pose a threat to that Calyrex being not able to damage it with the Astral Barrage or the Psychic very strongly. And we are also seeing there is no foul play, so the Farigiraf can't really damage it back either.
No, it cannot. But what's important to note here is that because the Terastallization is still up on Patrick's side, you can go for a Thunderclap with the booster energy there.
And that is a lot of damage.
You get the Astral Barrage off here. Raging Bolt will go down on Patrick's side, and now it'll come down to how much will Farigiraf take from the Raging Bolt, because I believe Farigiraf might be going for something like a Trick Room, and if it goes for Trick Room, I think we know what Pokemon is in the back.
Yeah, so Calyrex Ice Rider would be very threatening if we do see that Trick Room, which I imagine we do. This Thunderbolt is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. That is a lot of damage, and that is a strong paralysis.
It gets a paralysis there. It's a, I believe, a 25% chance.
And there's the Trick Room.
But the Trick Room comes out, I believe it was 25% chance to not move on that turn. If it didn't move and Trick Room didn't get set up there,
that might have been a sealed game.
And we do see that Patrick's final Pokemon is his fabled Ice Rider.
We do. It looks very poised to take away this game while it is in Trick Room. Carry does still have a lot of pieces to pivot with, and that Terra Fairy is definitely going to make it a little bit easier to take those Glacial Lances.
And what's important to note here is that Patrick, I believe, like we said, he still does have access to his Terastallization here. He's also holding the Clear Amulet. Now, on Carry's side, he does not have a way to burn the Calyrex Ice Rider, which would be massive.
However, the Flare Blitz has a chance to, but I think that's a little bit too risky to go for. We do see the Paralysis proc on the Farigiraf, which I don't know how impactful is to this board state, but we are seeing a big old Glacial Lance do a good amount to that Raging Bolt.
And we do see the Thunderbolt come out into the Farigiraf here, knocking out Farigiraf, and more importantly, opening up the Calyrex to not only get hit by Thunderclap, but get hit by Fake Out.
Correct. We are seeing a really strong Fake Out turn here where we can, there's obviously the Protect here, but going for Fake Out Thunderbolt, there's no counterplay to that right now.
There really isn't, but we do see the Protect come out, just scouting out the Fake Out and the Thunderbolt play. Now, I am curious as to how much damage this Thunderbolt would have done to the Calyrex. It would do a decent amount because of the 30% boost with the booster energy.
Yep.
But I just wonder how much it really would have done. And also, with the Helping Hand, because we did see Helping Hand potentially going to be the move of choice on the Farigiraf when it got paralyzed.
Yes. We're definitely seeing that maybe that Helping Hand was going to pick up the Raging Bolt and maybe open this game up a little bit. But with the combination of Flare Blitz and Thunderbolt, I don't even know if Terra would save you.
I don't know either, but also important to note here, Carrie's Incineroar was slower.
High horsepower also noticeably did not take that KO from about half HP. This is really important information going into Game 2.
It is, because that final Thunderbolt, but what was important to note there on that last turn, Riley, Incineroar went before Calyrex.
Yes, I do know this, that on this team in specific, the Incineroar has negative speed investment, not as in a negative nature, but has 27 IVs. So it is intended to underspeed the Calyrex in Trick Room.
If it's got a perfect IV.
Well, if it has a non-perfect IV, it will underspeed in Trick Room.
Wow, that is a massive play by Carrie, and that's good information, Riley.
Yes, it is.
What a way to bring that to the table, that we didn't know that about the Incineroar on Carrie's side.
Yeah, because a lot of the Calyrex Ice Riders right now are noticeably not running min speed because of the fact that the barrier can get a little dodgy and benefits the faster Ice Rider outside of Trick Room. So we are seeing these Incineroars reacting being slower than the no negative speed Ice Riders.
Exactly, and sometimes that just proves what, because we all see, like, you know, how you said, min speed on the Calyrex Ice Rider, or even min speed on an Amoonguss, or min speed on a Torkoal, or minimum attack on something like a Calyrex Shadow Rider, so foul play doesn't get as much damage, even though it is 4 times super effective. Yep. It's using Calyrex's base attack to deal the damage instead of just going with a raw, I believe it's a 90 base power move.
It is 90. It might be 95, but I'm not 100% sure.
Might be 95. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but I know that it does big damage using your attack side. That's why most of these special restricted Pokemon, they go with that minimum attack so they don't take as much damage.
There's definitely an advantage to running less than perfect IVs, especially in, as we saw the case of that Incineroar, going that less than perfect speed, which definitely helps in this matchup. So you can get a Flare Blitz out, Trick Room, or maybe even Parting Shot out before you get high horsepower. But we're seeing the same lead. Well, we're actually not seeing the same lead. We're seeing Raging Bolt double lead, and then we're seeing that Urshifu and that Farigiraf. We're definitely seeing the Farigiraf like to deny this priority play from Carrie's side.
Exactly, but we do know that Carrie's Raging Bolt does have access to that Terra Fairy, which would negate the Draco Meteor coming from the Raging Bolt. I mean, special attack Raging Bolt will do major damage no matter what.
Yes, and then we're seeing the Farigiraf switch out to Preserve, and we're seeing that Incineroar come in. This is definitely strong because you are lowering the power of those close combats from that Urshifu. However, you're also opening yourself up to Surging Strikes and maybe that huge special attack set that Raging Bolt has.
But we do see a Terra again on Carrie's side. He really wants his Raging Bolt to feel the love. I think this Raging Bolt has a crush on Patrick's Raging Bolt right now.
I know, right? We're seeing the heart.
I wonder if it's got him a gift for Valentine's Day.
And that gift is that Thunderclap into the Urshifu.
But it brings it down to Focus Sash, and Urshifu will at least get one attack off. If it goes into that Incineroar slot, though, it is
going to die to the Rocky Helmet, notably.
That is a massive play by Patrick to bring in the Incineroar and take out Urshifu, but also by getting the Terra used on Carrie's side, he can go into the Raging Bolt now pretty freely.
Yeah, we are seeing that Incineroar go down, but it was a really nice gambit to get that Urshifu off the board. We are seeing this Raging Bolt relatively unscathed, but with Thunderbolt, it's going to be able to do relatively good damage to this Terra Fairy. However, the Terra Fairy Raging Bolt does offer that Draco in return, so it is definitely a precarious situation. We are seeing the Farigiraf come back, denying that fake-out pressure.
Denying the fake out, but keeping the knockoff potentially on the Farigiraf here. Now, the Farigiraf is holding the safety goggles item, which in a matchup such as this, there is no there is no Amoonguss.
Yeah,
on
there
the
is no,
field.
or something like the Jumpluff, which that would also be very helpful into. But we're not seeing that item get a lot of mileage. We are seeing it as a negative benefit here because you are going to have to take more damage from that knockoff.
But we are seeing that it is a Terra Electric on the side of Raging Bolt here, and we do see Helping Hand come out. This is Helping Hand, Terra Electric. Is it Thunderclap or
Thunderbolt?
It's Thunderbolt, actually.
As somebody who's on the returning end of this exact Thunderbolt, I know for a fact this is an Oko.
This is a one-hit knockout into the Incineroar. That is massive damage there.
Yes, it is. This comes very close to Okoing my Calyrex Shadow Rider, which I know is bulkier than Carry, so this might be a one-hit KO if there's enough ability to hit that Thunderbolt into that Calyrex slot. This is looking very scary for Carry. There's a lot of damage that Patrick's Raging Bolt is threatening right now.
It is threatening a lot of damage right now. I mean, the Nasty Plot is a very interesting move that you could do here to set up the Calyrex, but it also can bait out a potential Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I do think that this is a really interesting position because if that Thunderbolt does go into that Calyrex, I do believe this to be game. We'll see what... you do see Protect from this Raging Bolt, but I don't know how much that's going to help.
We do see Astral Barrage come out, so Astral Barrage will do damage into this Raging Bolt.
It's going to do a good amount, too, with that Life Orb item. We're seeing about 75%, too. We're seeing that Life Orb chip.
And it is a Thunderbolt into the Raging Bolt, so it protects itself from the damage from that Electric Terra and the Helping Hand and the Booster Energy. But more importantly, this Calyrex is in a really good position to get a Nasty Plot on.
I would wager, actually, that after Life Orb chip, that Calyrex might be in Helping Hand Thunderclap range, actually.
That actually would be interesting if Patrick decides to go for that. We do see a Helping Hand come out once again into this Raging Bolt on Patrick's side. It is a Thunderclap, and it fails, which means that he was going
for the Nasty Plot.
Oh my god, that is huge. The Nasty Plot coming out here, and a Thunderbolt coming out into the Farigiraf, knocking out the Farigiraf, and more importantly, this Raging Bolt, and I assume it's going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider in the back.
This was a very dominant game by Carry, getting that right call on that Thunderclap. This was a very big 50-50 for the both of them, but Carry comes out on top with that call for the Nasty Plot in front of the Thunderclap.
Exactly, and now with the Calyrex at +2, this Raging Bolt, even with the Terra Electric, I don't know how much this is going to do to the Calyrex.
We are seeing Protect, but I think we're going to need a Thunderclap crit to bring this one back.
It's possible here. Here comes that Thunderclap. It comes.
That is a critical hit!
It gets the crit!
Wow.
Oh my god, it got the critical hit! You called it, Riley!
Patrick is back in this game!
He is back! What a play! That Thunderclap gets the critical hit!
You gotta play to all your outs. You gotta play to all your outs.
Oh my god, and we saw this happen with Abdullah in round 2 with Carry.
Yeah, and Carry does see the writing on the wall and does go for that forfeit. That crit is very unfortunate. But that was, Patrick identified that was his only way out into that Game 3 scenario, so he took it and got it.
Again, it's one of those risks. I believe it's a 6.25% chance to get a critical hit now.
I believe so. Like approximately 1 in 27, I believe, which is not high odds.
It's not high odds unless you're using a move with a high critical hit chance, and you have a focus energy, because that's something that I've seen. You know, we saw it earlier in Regulation A with Hydreigon for Dondozo matchups. Going for focus energy, Draco Meteor just drops Dondozo.
Yeah. And we also see that 1 in 27 is in fact better than a 0 out of 27. So we are seeing that was Patrick's best option, and he took advantage of it and got that roll. So we're looking to go into a Game 3 scenario here.
How fitting is it, though, that for a win-in matchup such as this between Patrick Connors and Carry D'Artona, we needed a Game 3. The game said to us and said to our trainers,
we need a Game 3. We need to see more of this matchup.
We need a Game 3. We need this matchup to be 3 games. It can't be a 2-0 between you two. We have the master, we have the protege, Somebody is going to top cut in this matchup, but will it be Carry or will it be Patrick? Game 3, one fall to the finish. Somebody
This
ring
is
a
going
bell.
to decide it.
Somebody ring a bell. We need
Ding,
a bell.
ding, ding, ding. There
Ding,
we go.
ding, ding.
We are seeing that Carry's performance has been very dominant in this matchup. He's been doing a great job denying Trick Room, and Patrick hasn't really been going for that Trick Room option. He's been opting for those helping hands. We are seeing a mix-up here going for that Incineroar now on lead versus in the back with that Farigiraf, and we're seeing a similar lead here from Carry with that Urshifu and Raging Bolt.
So that is actually a little bit of a switch up here on Patrick's side. He brings the Incineroar out as a lead instead of the Raging Bolt.
That fake out pressure is really strong and helps you get that Trick Room online, like I was just saying. There's not much you can do to deny that fake out. And as we're going to see, that fake out is going to come out. And we're seeing a Surging Stripes into Farigiraf, but we both know that that is not enough.
That is not going to be enough. But what will be interesting to note here is what did this Farigiraf end up going for? If it goes for the Trick Room here, that's a good play. But it could even go for someone like this Twin Beam.
It could. And we do see the Twin Beam.
And it is Twin Beam. It does big damage. And because it hits 2 times, by virtue of its move, it guarantees 2 hits on any target. It goes through a Focus Sash. It goes super effective. And more importantly, it takes down the Urshifu.
That was a very big turn 1 pickup for Patrick there. However, his Farigiraf does now look like it might be in range of that Thunderbolt, which is a little bit scary when we're coming into a game where you feel like you kind of need Trick Room up.
And also what's important to note here is that Carry cannot go for Fake Out right now as long as Farigiraf is on the field. You could maybe had a risk that Farigiraf would switch out and go for a Thunderclap or a Fake Out, but instead you just go for the big damage, get rid of the Farigiraf so your priority moves open up. But in comes a Parting Shot into the Raging Bolt, lowers its special attack, and that actually goes through the booster energy. So the booster energy raises it by 30% by lowering the special attack by 1 stage. This Raging Bolt, I think, is running at like 90% of its base special attack.
Yeah, it definitely is putting it in a compromising position where it's not going to be able to do as much damage as we saw it do in these past few games. And we're going to see the knockoff come out into that Bolt, which just used its item, so it's not going to be able to get all that mileage out of that move.
And we do see Incineroar once again come out on the side of Patrick to get that Intimidate off, but also reset Fake Out pressure.
Yes, we do see Fake Out, and we also may be able to see a Parting Shot come back out, but we are seeing Carry really hard focus that Raging Bolt, viewing it as the main threat on the board right now, negating the fact that this Incineroar is putting out a lot of supportive pressure.
Exactly, and I honestly can't be shocked at that right now because the way that Patrick is playing, he has that Fake Out pressure right now in his back pocket. Now, Carry does have access to protect our Raging Bolt here. And
yes, he does.
And Incineroar could even just switch out into Calyrex Shadow Rider here, but even then, you're running the risk of a move going into Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, I think that we're in a position where it's really up to what the players do to determine how this turn goes. Because based on the board state alone, it's almost like a pretty even a board position, I would say, where there's a lot of, and then the protect on the Raging Bolt here, cutting me off. We're gonna see the Draco Meteor go into the Raging Bolt and get blocked, while we see a Parting Shot also go in to the Raging Bolt getting blocked, and we're seeing Parting Shot into Carry's Incineroar.
So Carry's Incineroar now is at -2 attack, but Incineroar gets to switch out here, potentially into that Calyrex Ice Rider in the back for Patrick. And if it's Ice Rider, and it is the Calyrex Ice Rider, once again, Patrick bringing out the Ice Horse. This is a really good spot for Patrick right now.
This is, you still have Terra online, which the poison would be a lot less compromising if you were in that Trick Room state. But as we see, maybe we see Trick Room go up here, or maybe we just see some really strong Glacial Lances coming out. However, we are seeing that possible Terra Fairy on Carry's side.
But what's important to note here is, again, this Raging Bolt is -1 on its special attack, which goes through the special attack drop from the Parting Shot. So this booster energy is essentially acting like it never existed. It's running at a lower special attack than it already was prior, as we do see a Terra coming out on the side of Patrick Connors. His Raging Bolt has terrestrialized
Terra Electric, and we saw how much damage this thing can do, especially with a Helping Hand boost.
But now there is no Helping Hand. And all it is another terrestrialization on the side of Carry Diratona. His Raging Bolt Raging Bolt seem to really like the Terrestrial Orb
They
in
do.
this game.
They do really seem to like that Terrestrial Orb. Flipping your typing is really, really strong. On Patrick's side, we're seeing one with a more aggressive Terra type, and on Carrie's, we're seeing one with a more defensive Terra type. And we're seeing that Thunderbolt
and it goes
into the Incineroar.
Does good damage.
Getting some really wow. And another critical hit.
Critical hit, taking out the Incineroar in one hit. That is incredible.
That is massive damage. We're seeing that Draco Meteor come out and notably not kill the Raging Bolt, lowering its special attack even further.
But that would have been crazy if it did get a critical hit there, because then it would have been Calyrex versus the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt. But the Raging Bolt now, it's locked into -3 special attack.
Yeah, and we're seeing this Calyrex come out as the Trick Room goes up. This is a very unnerving position, hence both of these horses having a nerve. We are seeing Thunderclap pressure be pretty scary, but I don't think that Thunderclap is enough to pick up Raging Bolt before it gets to attack on its own.
I don't think so, but this is what's important here. The Thunderclap can come out here. It is boosted by the Terra Electric, and the booster energy does well.
And that does a lot of damage to that Calyrex, and we're seeing that Glacial Lance possibly pick up the Calyrex, and we do, and that does a lot of damage to the Raging Bolt as well.
That is a huge play by Patrick there, getting that Thunderclap off and gets the Glacial Lance, the Chilling Neigh boost. Here comes the Thunderbolt.
And it's not enough.
It's not enough. And seeing the writing on the wall, that is going to do it. Patrick Connors gets the Trick Room up in game number 3 and defeats Kerry D'Ortona, and Patrick Connors is going to top
that
5.
Raging Bolt loves to crit when it needs to, I'll say that much.
I feel so bad for Kerry getting critical hit. Both
onto
games
the Calyrex and a guaranteed win if that does not crit, and then into the Incin, which definitely makes that game a lot harder to win if that crit does not happen.
If that crit doesn't happen, Kerry is in a really good position there, because I believe he was going for a Thunderclap or a parting shot into Patrick's Incineroar, or even into Patrick's Raging Bolt there.
Yeah, and if we saw that Raging Bolt get that drop, that maybe it wouldn't have done enough damage in the end game, and maybe have been able to seal something up. And getting that Incin maybe back on the field, and we know that it's slower in Trick Room, which means that Flare Blitz is also putting on a lot of pressure.
Exactly there. Just having Patrick's playstyle, it worked out to him and his advantage, especially in Game 3. We thought he could have gone for a Trick Room there in Game 3, but instead he goes for Twin Beam.
Yeah, he identified he wanted that Urshifu down and fast.
He recognized the threat that Urshifu had. He goes for the Fake Out on the Raging Bolt, and he just goes for the Twin Beam. He doesn't even care about Trick Room to start Game 3. He cares about getting rid of a major threat that can go and do insane amounts of damage to his entire team with a move that guarantees critical hit. It's a very healthy move for the metagame.
Very, very healthy. Also, we're seeing that maybe the reason that we didn't go for that Trick Room is maybe that Incineroar we've been talking about, fearing that in the back maybe it 1v1s that Calyrex and forces that Terra out early, which the Calyrex could definitely milk late game. But I do think that identifying that Urshifu needed to go down fast with that Twin Beam, and then identifying that Incineroar needed to go down before Trick Room went up was really, really, really intelligent.
Exactly there. And then you just add in the Thunderbolt getting a critical hit. It is unfortunate when a critical hit happens, unless it happens to you.
Yeah.
When the critical hit happens to you, you're happy about it.
Yeah.
But
your opponent, not so much.
Especially a crit paralysis, or a crit burn, or a crit poison. I don't think there's a critical hit move that guarantees. Oh wait, no, Dire Claw.
Yeah.
But Dire Claw is,
that's another move. That's a story for another day.
But here's the thing that people don't realize about Dire Claw. Pokemon Legends Arceus, that move did have an increased critical hit chance on top of the 50% chance to cause poison, paralysis,
and
or sleep.
We did see a lot of those Legends Arceus moves get nerfed coming out of it because they were definitely overtuned. I mean, Lunar Blessing Cresselia boosting its evasiveness was definitely overtuned, and I'm glad that they did not add that into Scarlet and Violet.
Although technically it was called obscuring in Legends Arceus.
It did work differently.
So it definitely worked a little bit differently. But again, Lunar Blessing, very good move. I believe it is on Abdullah's team, the team that beat Kerry in round 2.
Really?
I believe it is on his Cresselia, because Lunar Blessing is just a really good move.
It is a very strong move, removing those statuses. It gives you definitely some more Amoonguss counterplay, some Incineroar counterplay. It's a really, really strong move. We also see moves similar to it like Jungle Healing, which unfortunately cannot be used in VGC because it is a Zuri exclusive.
Well, I mean, technically it can be used.
If Smeargle calls it, you're right.
If Smeargle calls it, but who's running Smeargle in Regulation G?
There's a guy I know named his last name Navarro. I don't know if you're familiar.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
That he might be running Smeargle. There's a different name that I'm thinking of that runs Smeargle. It's on the tip of my tongue.
I don't know if he's running it right now, but I know that Underhill was using it a lot next to Calyrex Ice Rider.
Oh, I mean, now that's actually a good that's a fun combination. It's scary because you get the Decorate off on that Calyrex,
And it is really strong.
And some people don't even know that Smeargle gets access to Decorate.
Yeah, it gets access to everything but Revival Blessing. One thing that is notable, however, is that, well, I'm experimenting with some weird Smeargle stuff. In my personal time, Scarf Smeargle is also really interesting, and I think that we might be able to see some of that pop up maybe sometime. More of a closed team sheet thing, because Scarf Smeargle can actually outspeed standard Miraidon if it's not timid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Scarf Smeargle outspeeds Miraidon.
It does. Giving you Spore that has that fast speed, and you have Decorate that goes before your own Restricted is really strong.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Yeah. Definitely Fringe, though, so if you want to win games, don't run it.
Yeah, just run Smeargle with a Muck.
Yeah. Or don't, actually.
or don't. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break to get set up for our top 4 matchups here. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, Riley, for joining us for this game. And
thank you, Joe.
And what a performance. What a
for
performance.
Sure.
You did good for your first casting. I do appreciate you being here for this matchup.
Yeah, I was really excited to cast. This is my first one. It was really nice. If I'm good at maybe 2 things in my entire life, and that's like I'm okay at Pokemon, and I'm great at just talking. So,
I mean, as long as you're okay with just talking, that's all that matters. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with top 4 of the League Challenge here at Versus Games.
See you soon.
No, no.
Hello, and we are back. I have Carrie Diratona here.
Yeah.
And just wanted to ask you, you know, because we just saw your last match and your other previous like stream match. Lady Luck has not been on your side at all today. Wanted to know, like, what are your thoughts on that?
I want to cry. Nah,
It's fine. I feel like overall I could have definitely played better today, but like the RNG not being on my side definitely did not help. So here I am casting now.
Yeah, it's great to have you.
Yes, I appreciate it.
And it looks like the brackets are up right now, and we're gonna be having Andrew Navarro versus Logan Martinez on stream right now.
Ooh.
And we'll be also streaming the next one of Joven Texiera and Patrick Connors immediately after. So stay tuned for both matches.
Those should be very good, I think.
Yeah, I'm
very interesting matchups overall.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this because both worked with Joven and Logan. So those are two teams that have now been built and gonna be showed on stream.
Yeah,
so
the inside perspective.
Yep. A lot of info for that. And then I know you have a lot of info in Patrick's team as well.
Yes. Yeah, he sends me the paste all the time. I'll be like, oh, why is this? And then he'll be like, well, it's because X, Y, and Z. But, yeah, no, but like overall, these should be really good. Both are completely different restricteds overall. So that should be, like, in terms of the matchup, like, we're going to have Terapagos versus CIR,
yeah.
And then CIR and Zamazenta, correct?
Yeah, 2 CIRs, wow. That's crazy to think about.
That will be interesting. Maybe CIR finals, which would be, I mean, 2 different variants though. Hard Trick Room and Pseudo Balance, somewhat. So
we'll see.
It should be good watches.
I just know that both CIRs are actually on Terra Fairy, and this is the only Zama actually that is not on Behemoth Bash. So this will also be pretty interesting, but it's made it this far.
It's been an interesting topic of debate whether the Behemoth Bash or the Heavy Slam. And so, Chris, as you know, you're a pretty avid Zamazenta player. How do you feel about the meta shift from Heavy Slam to Behemoth Bash overall? Because a lot of top players are actually using it. Like I believe in the R Tour, Cognetta used it to top cut it, get top 16, I believe.
I know I mentioned it before, but I think Behemoth Bash is really a fraudulent move. I think Heavy Slam just is more consistent in damage rolls, especially into the mons that we don't fare too well. But Behemoth Bash is just for the Terra Fairies, and the argument can be said like I have partner Pokemon to also deal with it. You know, like we see Entei coming back also deals with the Mungus, where Behemoth Bash doesn't, but Heavy Slam deals with the Mungus. So I think there's like trade-offs here and there, but I'll always stick with Heavy Slam.
That makes sense.
We can see as they're sitting up, we can see the teams right now. Logan on the Terapagos and Grimmsnarl.
The interesting one is this is Specs Terapagos. We don't really see those much anymore. It's mostly all the Calm Mind variants.
Yeah, that is very true. I think a lot of EU and NA right now are on the Calm Mind, especially like a lot of the top players, but I still think Specs Terapagos has a very special place in the meta. It's very consistent damage, really good coverage, and doesn't really need to get any Calm Minds off to just start, hitting things out the get-go. But it's really interesting with that team, just seeing like both really hard supports like Tornadus and Grimmsnarl being paired with that team.
And now we have Andrew's team, and it's the classic hard Trick Room. I believe this team, Top Cut San Antonio, got 7th place by William Brown, I believe. It's a very interesting team, very offensive, a variety of different kind of leads that you can do with it. Like, you could lead Smeargle Urshifu and like just immediately pressure damage, or you could lead Calyrex Smeargle and like go for the damage as well. And then the Indeedee with the Calyrex is also like just really good because you can Trick Room with either Mon and then try and do something else with it, or just do a crazy play, Helping Hand Glacial Lance, blow up both slots. I mean, you're bulky enough, you can do it. So it's going to be very interesting. 2 very different versions of hard offense from both sides, with the very fast Specs Terapagos and the very slow hard Trick Room of the CIR. What do you think Logan might bring to this matchup in order to...
I think that he's going to be probably bringing the Terapagos Grimmsnarl. I don't know if he'll be leading with it or it'll be in the back, but definitely Reflect off Grimmsnarl really helps Terapagos bulk down and survive a lot of the hits. Tornadus and Raging Ball unfortunately cannot come, especially with Indeedee being able to deny some of that priority that Raging Ball might want to dish out. And Tornadus is just too fast.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be interesting playing around the Indeedee and then also the Terra on the Terapagos, because if we Terastalize, with the Terapagos, it'll remove the Psychic terrain, right? So it can allow Grimmsnarl to function in the Trick Room with the Thunder Waves. But there is a really cheeky play Logan could possibly do in this set with a side Thunder Wave onto the Calyrex to make it slower. I mean, not the Calyrex, sorry. The Terapagos in order to make it slower than the opposing Calyrex on the other side. So if it's not min speed, if it's min speed, things will get very interesting.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And looks like the game is about to start. Maybe we'll see that play come into this game off of lead. It's going to be Andrew leading Indeedee and Calyrex, which is really interesting from what he actually did last time.
And the Ogerpon Urshifu. This is a very good lead, I think, from Logan. This immediately puts pressure on the CIR in terms of Terra, but we have the Follow Me from the Indeedee to start redirecting it.
Yeah.
But I think what's good about it here with Logan's lead is he technically has 2 resists here. He could Terra Fire the Ogerpon to get the immediate resist, but I'm not sure that he's going to do that here with Terapagos waiting in the wings. And then the Urshifu being...
like really offensive.
Yeah, really offensive as well.
Yeah, I think this is showing like Mammoth Andrew really wants to get that Trick Room up, and we're going to see Logan actually protect the Ogerpon here. Maybe predicting a Glacial Lance to kind of like not take as much chip damage here. I think I saw Urshifu lock into Taunt. Yep, it's going to deny that Indeedee, which is going to be really good going forward if Andrew sets up Trick Room to help stall out those turns of Trick Room.
100%.
And we're going to see it go up.
But this is still awkward, though, mainly because this Urshifu, due to not having like a Focus Sash or a Terra that's not weak to Ice Rider, Indeedee can just click a Psychic into it for free and do a ton. Like, I believe that one-shots, right? It should.
It depends, actually, on what that spread is and how much bulk is on the Urshifu.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So,
that's true.
But we're going to find out here. It looks like Logan's committing to that Terra Fire because now that the Indeedee can no longer click Follow Me, it leaves the Ice Rider completely vulnerable. But I think he is also trying to predict here. No, he's going to go back.
He has to be really careful here, though, because if he burns Terra early and the Blood Moon Ursaluna comes in, it's going to be threatening an insane amount of damage, especially into the Heart Flame with Earth Power. And then the Calyrex and Blood Moon in Trick Room will just put on so much offensive pressure that it'll be hard to recover. We see actually the prediction from Andrew with the high horsepower, the double
He's actually
up.
doubling into the Ogerpon here, and it's not going to pick out the knockout this time. So he's going to get the free Surging Strike into Calyrex here.
Imagine if that was a Glacial Lance plus the Psychic. That might have actually been able to pick up.
It might have. With that Stab Glacial.
100%.
And we're going to see that Surging Strike come up. And the Ivy Cudgel into the Ice Horse here, taking out the knockout.
I think this is an okay position for Logan. This is still, I think, really scary, mainly because the Ursaluna we know is probably waiting in the back, but we actually see the Urshifu come out first.
Yeah, this is actually really well positioned for Logan here, as he can sack the Ogerpon with the Follow Me, which I think he's going for, and this is a Terra Grass Dark Urshifu choice span, so it has no option to protect.
But I think the interesting part here is
here comes out the Follow Me, and we see the Psychic.
Yeah, because the
Indeedee
should
slower
move first.
than.
But I think this Urshifu should be. I think the Urshifu on Logan's side should be able to live the attack from the opposing Bandit Urshifu. I could be wrong.
It's actually gonna be a U-turn. I think he's pivoting out into the Blood Moon, but if Logan gets this right and gets a critical hit, unfortunately,
that totally mattered.
Yeah, if Logan gets this right into the Blood Moon in the back, there's gonna be a lot of damage, especially that Blood Moon is carrying that life orb. The chip is gonna. It's actually gonna be Smeargle.
But the question, it should not pick up on these hard Trick Room Smeargles. They usually have enough bulk to live surging strikes from an Urshifu, as we could see here.
That is true, but with no longer Cali Ice being on the field, Urshifu is free to Terra Grass, as well as carrying the safety goggles, so he can resist the Psychic. The Smeargle actually can't even click Fake Out anymore.
Right.
So we'll have to see if Logan goes for if Logan goes for a prediction that the Indeedee will switch out because it's still under that taunt.
Right. It's also a really passive board state right now for Andrew. He's not really threatening much damage with the Indeedee being on the board. Like, maybe he could do something like a little cheeky with the side decorate, right, into the Indeedee to try and pick up the KO on the Urshifu, which is entirely possible. But I do see a world where something a little interesting could go down with the side decorate once again into the Indeedee, because I think that probably picks up the Urshifu, like, no matter, especially being on terrain. But maybe with the screens from Logan's side.
Yeah, I don't think that cycle will be picking out. And we're also under 3 turns left of Trick Room here. So
I mean, the Dark Urshifu can still be very, very scary in the Trick Room. But like, if the Smeargle's removed, maybe some more brevity. Logan has to play around this this Dark Urshifu definitely if the Urshifu gets taken out this turn on his side.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that's why he's not coming to the Terra. We're gonna see the light screen here. I think Logan's betting that the Psychic that is boosted under the Psychic train is gonna
See the Decorate?
survive. Yep, the Decorate into Ndidi. I think it's gonna be going for that Psychic into Urshifu,
I think this will pick
which
up.
should pick out. Yep, we're gonna see it right now. It's gonna be a knockout.
This is actually really a really scary position now for Logan because of the fact that he didn't Terra. I feel like because now what Andrew's threatening is the Spore into the Terapagos, and terrain is still up, but
We
could
might see that
some
cheeky
para.
play that you
Yeah.
just suggested earlier. We might see that T-Wave into the Terapagos.
into the side. Yeah,
And there's still 2 turns left to Trick Room and no Mon on the field right now, and including in the back for Andrew can protect.
Right.
So Andrew can just steal the game away
But
by just rolling with that.
the NDD has lost its taunt.
Yes.
So that's where it's going to get scary though, because it can follow me away.
But it will not be following a Terra Starstorm
No, I know.
that does the spread.
No, that's true. But then the Smeargle gets to go for the Spore though, and it could shut down the Terapagos for
Oh,
a
you're
turn.
right. It can
So this is
shut
gonna be
down the
dicey.
Thunder Wave.
And let's say the Terapagos theoretically stays asleep long enough, right? And the Urshifu comes in, then Logan's going to be in a really, really dicey position overall. But we'll see as
Nope,
we can
there
see the
goes the
follow me
follow
play.
me.
No Terra, actually, interestingly, from Logan's side, probably trying to preserve it for the Urshifu in the back. Actually, I think we're going to see a foul play come out here from the Grimmsnarl, I think I saw.
Yeah, I do believe the foul play is going to come out. Actually,
Whoa,
chunking the
that's a
Ndidi.
good amount of damage
I think
there.
there's a smart play on Logan here, trying to burn out Trick Room so Terapagos will be faster than Andrew's Mons, as well as burning a sleep timer right now.
And
This is
getting rid
giving
of that Ndidi.
Yep, this is giving a lot of options here. We just gotta see. Psychic Train just ran out. We don't know if Andrew will reposition here to probably get another fake out off of Smeargle, bringing in the Darker Shifu for the last 2 turns of Trick Room because Follow Me is still available.
Right. I could see a really aggressive play here from Andrew, which could be to hard switch in the Urshifu on the Ndidi slot into side Decorate in order to counter the Reflect. But I'm not sure if he'll do that.
I think the Urshifu, considering this is a hard Trick Room team, the Urshifu might underspeed the Terapagos, so even if it gets a Decorate up, it might not be able to get the attacks off.
No, but
into.
the bulk, though, it's probably extremely bulky with the Choice Band and then also being in the Trick Room. Most likely, possibly min speed. It could have a bit of speed investment to outpace some things outside of Trick Room.
Yep.
It's completely dependent on Andrew's spreads, but as we can see here, the Terapagos is
He's gonna Terra
terastallizing.
here. So if there is a switch out here, he is at least chunking it.
No,
Follow
we
me?
just see the Follow Me from the Smeargle.
All right.
But we got to remember this Ndidi still has its Decorate
Reflect
boosts.
comes up. You're absolutely right, but it cannot touch the Grimmsnarl right now. So we'll just have to see. Terapagos is gonna
Fast
sleep.
asleep.
That's 2 turns of sleep now for Terapagos, and Trick Room is unfortunately gonna go right back up. If he is
did
able
Trick
to
Room
take
end?
out,
Did it
it
end?
just ended.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
just ended? Okay. This is going to be... but good thing for Logan here that this Smeargle does not have
Oh no,
wide
I
guard.
think Andrew actually canceled Trick Room. I think there was 1 turn left.
Yeah,
of
that's
Trick
what I
Room.
was thinking as
Yeah.
well.
You'd have to do it again here.
Which...
That was really interesting, but we'll see here now. If the Tropicals wake up and actually get the double knockout into both the Smeargle and the Ndidi.
I think this comes down to this Terapagos waking up here, because what Andrew can go for here is the Follow Me into the Trick Room, and if the Terapagos doesn't wake up, then Bandit Urshifu hits the board, and things are going to get dicey. Actually, we see the Spore from Andrew's side into the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive play coming out from Andrew. I was not expecting the Spore coming out. I thought maybe there would be a Follow Me, but we're going to see Psychic from Ndidi.
No, so he did set up the
actually
Trick Room.
do a
Trick Room was
good amount
over.
of chip damage to his Mons, but Andrew did not set up Trick Room here.
No, Trick Room is up.
Is
So
it up?
Trick Room was... Oh, yeah, okay. I got lost in the turns. But it's still a very dicey position here for Andrew, though, because I'm not sure how much damage the Choice Band Close Combat will do through the Reflect, as we see Andrew go for another Decorate onto this Ndidi, which now is at +4. This thing's a powerhouse now. But we got to remember the light screen
Oh,
is still up.
Grimmsnarl is going to wake up here and actually
Foul
foul play,
play.
knocking out the Ndidi, and
that's-
Tropicals will also
Oh,
wake
wake
up this
up.
turn.
But this is still a really interesting board state, I think, for Logan, though, because I think the Urshifu might be able to pick up on the Terapagos with Close Combat.
I think with the Choice Span
the
Close
chip.
Combat, even with the Reflect, it might be able to here, but we'll have to see. I believe in this Terapagos that will be surviving it, but
All right, we'll see. I mean, this is going to be a little
We'll have to
interesting here
see.
because I think Logan's going to have to go for the side Thunderwave here unless he's 100% confident that this Urshifu will not kill the Terapagos after the Reflect. So we're going to see the side Thunderwave here now. This is where things get dicey, right? Because we have the 30% chance to para, as well
Absolutely.
as the fact of the Thunderwave could just miss. So, and I don't think even with close combat drops...
Thunderwave is going to come out and it's going to land into the Terapagos here, now underspeeding the Urshifu.
But does it
comes
move?
down too, and it comes out,
moves.
single targets Terra Starstorm right into the Urshifu. It's going to do a significant amount of chip damage
This
now.
probably kills.
I'm not even sure. And it
Yeah.
goes for the knockout, one-hit knockout.
We got to remember, if the I've run counts before on Urshifu with I was considering Mystic Water for my team a while back, and I'm like, oh, let me see if I can live a Spec Starstorm just from like the normal baby turtle. You have to invest so much just for it to like live to the point where it's like not even worth it anymore. So
Yeah, considering it is choice band min speed, I thought maybe it did have enough bulk to live the Specs Terapagos because some
that's
some
fair.
Urshifus are out for that.
But especially with the Terra on top of it, though.
Oh, true. The increased base special attack does go up,
Right.
and then being single target.
Close game overall, I'm very curious to see how Logan might adapt, maybe with an earlier Terra on that Urshifu possibly. I'm also curious on how Andrew might adapt, because I'm really surprised to not see the Blood Moon Ursaluna, because it's immune to that Thunderwave before Terra, and then it's also just threatening insane amount of damage next to that Smeargle with the Decorate. It's just on the special side, because overall, I would say Logan's team is pretty vulnerable to special attackers, especially in the Trick Room, the Blood Moon Ursaluna in particular, especially with the 4 that he's shown to bring. Really only the Terapagos and the Ogerpon being able to soak up the special hits really well. The Grimmsnarl with Light Screen can help
And the
boost up
dark
the team.
typing being
And
able
the
to
dark
resist
type.
both the Urshifu and just be completely immune to the DD. But as we
That doesn't help
saw,
against Blood Moon. I was talking about Blood Moon. That thing's
yes.
monstrous.
But I do agree. I was very surprised that Mammoth was bringing both of his support pieces and actually increasing its power. It did a lot of damage. You know, like a fourth of Terapagos HP gone from a +2 no psychic terrain psychic. That chip damage adds up. You know, I'm pretty sure Logan was very worried whether the close combat from the choice band Urshifu would knock out at that end game.
I'm really surprised to see the U-turn from Andrew on that one on the one turn where he had Dark Urshifu out. I get the idea of the pivot, probably in the Smeargle to avoid the close combat. Sorry, excuse me. But I'm just surprised not to see him rip a CC or Terra Grass either. But I guess he was afraid of the Terapagos in the back.
Yeah.
Right. Especially if he rips Terra and having no wide guard on Smeargle. But I'm just curious how both players are going to prove the game, because I think overall it was somewhat close, I think, on both sides.
Yeah, I agree. And we're going to see the game start up right now with an Indy Ogerpon lead off of Andrew's side. And the same lead is on Logan, being the Urshifu and Fire Ogerpon.
I feel like this is a better lead for Andrew overall. I mean, not Andrew, sorry, Logan overall, mainly because the Ogerpon, due to the Urshifu being Terra Grass, right? You can't just Woodhammer, and the follow me pressure as well from the opposing Ogerpon.
Andrew's Ogerpon is actually Horn Leech. It's not even Woodhammer.
Ooh, and it might not kill this Urshifu based on the bulk, but
exactly.
I'm not sure with the mass boost and everything. So you never know with Ogerpon. That thing's a monster.
Yeah. But I think Andrew really wants to get that Trick Room up as he's leading both double redirections
100%
this time. So it might be the Indeed going for a Trick Room, but he could also go into offensive play.
Could go for a Helping Hand Ivy Cudgel. I'm not sure if that picks up on the opposing Ogerpon, but that is definitely a play he could do into the opposing team. It's weird. It's like an offensive lead, but also somewhat of a passive lead on Andrew's side, I feel, because you're threatening stuff, but not really, and it's very dependent on how Logan plays out the turn, and I feel like it's definitely more favored for Logan. And we see the Taunt and the Ivy Cudgel actually into the opposing Ogerpon, which I don't think Andrew minds too much, really, because the opposing Indeedee still has the Follow Me, and this Ogerpon, I'm assuming, is slower than both the Urshifu and the Ogerpon on the opposing side. Maybe not the Urshifu due to the amount of HP that it has, but it's threatening a lot of damage under the Trick Room. Especially next to this Indeedee with Helping Hand, because Andrew could just let it rip and just do massive amounts of damage, but we could just see a double protect Logan's side. And as we see the Helping Hand come out from the Ogerpon, calling that the opposing side is slower as we see the surging strike.
Oh, the Urshifu is actually slower than the Ogerpon. We'll have to see if this actually picks up the knockout. It
doesn't look
unfortunately
like
does
it.
not. It's really close though. Oh, it's very close. I
Yes.
think he might have low rolled the surging strike here. But
Not
unfortunately with the
sure.
helping hand, that's actually going to
Ooh.
take out... It doesn't take out the Urshifu.
I told you. My room on Woodhammer. Nah, I'm kidding. But no.
But that's a lot of HP that the Ogerpon takes back. And this Ivycudgel is not going to take out the knockout either.
I definitely think that swings the game. I think back into like Andrew's favor more so than like the lead we were talking about, like with it being kind of awkward with the
with
the typings on Andrew's end and having to make calls. But now he could just go for the follow me and the Ivycudgel and the Urshifu and that or the Ivycudgel into the opposing Ogerpon for chip and get it in range of that CIR, which I'm assuming is lurking in the back and would love a big +2.
Yeah, it seems that Logan is trying to just really push the board state and knock out these Pokemon. Despite there being 3 turns of Trick Room here,
100%.
he probably wants to take out the Trick Room Sweeper as fast as possible and try to stall the Trick Room then to see what's in the back line. But we're going to see the Psychic go into the Ogerpon due to his redirection here. And the Surging Strike is going to hit Indeedee. It is not rocking helmet, so the Urshifu is going to just chunk it for a lot.
A lot here, but it's not removing that Ogerpon though, which I believe should be going for this Ivycudgel now into the opposing Ogerpon, which is going to do a lot of damage, and once again put it in range of that CIR in the back.
With 9 HP left, and there's also only 2 turns left to Trick Room, so he could go for double protect here and try to keep the Urshifu alive with these 2 Mons, making him really have making Andrew have a really hard time bringing back Trick Room in that
I think it's dependent on his back, because if the Smeargle is in the back, I think it could get really, really dicey for Logan, because theoretically Andrew could pick up a double KO on the next turn with the Ivycudgel into the opposing Ogerpon and Psychic into the Urshifu. But we could see a defensive play from Logan, possibly of the Grimmsnarl switching in for the Urshifu to tank the Psychic, possibly. Logan definitely, I think, has the tools here to win, but it's going to be completely dependent on how these next couple turns play out.
Yep, the Ivycudgel's Logan went for a double protect here. Ogerpon's actually no longer have taunt, and only a turn left of Trick Room. We know that the Urshifu underspeed, so it's going to be either taking a knockout for the Indeedee here, but Ogerpon's going to be, unfortunately, also just leaving the field here.
I'm surprised to see no switch from Logan's side, actually, as like a defensive switch, mainly because double Trick Room's not being threatened here. I guess he's afraid of the Ivycudgel from the Ogerpon, but I feel like a really proactive play that we could have seen is a hard switch into the Grimmsnarl, allowing you to preserve the Urshifu for the end game, and by maintaining the Psychic terrain possibly on the board, it stops the Smeargle from having to fake out, so we could threaten Taunt in the future board states. But as we see here, Logan going for the double attack. And we actually see the withdraw of Ogerpon from Andrew's side, and we see the Calyrex Ice coming in. I don't recall, did he Ivycudgel the Ogerpon slot? Because this could be really, really dicey as we see the Psychic come out.
Going into the Urshifu. Yep, taking out the knockout here. I thought the Psychic was going to actually go into the Ogerpon here, trying to take that redirection one out.
But
we see this Ivycudgel actually go right into the Indeedee, just completely like removing it. And Logan still has a super effective attack going to the Ice Rider. Trick Room and Psychic Train's going to be ending, so that Smeargle could be in the back.
I'm thinking it is, based on the way that Andrew's been playing this.
Yep. Having Fake Out online.
The Ice Rider, I don't think the Ogerpon's going to be too scary in Trick Room, though. Actually, he could just bring in the Ogerpon here and then have the Smeargle in the Trick Room, right? And he should be able to take the hit, but I'm actually curious, though, is the Ogerpon faster on Logan's side, or is it the Terapagos? Mainly because of the way that Urshifu was trained before, makes me interested on how bulky this Ogerpon is. Because as we know, recently, Shiliang Tang ran Impish Max Defense Ogerpon at San Antonio Regionals. And since we have Thunder Wave on Logan's side of the team, it could allow for like interesting speed tiers.
Yep. We're going to see the Terastallization actually on Terapagos here on Logan, trying to go for a double knockout. I do believe that Andrew's Ogerpon is actually Justin Tang, Shiliang Tang's Max HP defense.
So I'm curious here, because I think we're going to see the double protect to see if this Terapagos locks into the Dark Pulse, because this Ice Rider is probably not going to want to take a Stellar boosted Dark Pulse from a Specs Terapagos. It also allows him to, scout out the board state, see what Logan might be locking into here.
Yep, you're correct. If he got the call right that Logan locked into the to a Dark Pulse, Ice Rider, since Andrew has not burned Terra, is Terra Fairy, so it would just resist the rest of the game. I think Logan locked into Terra Starstorm here to kind of try a pin for a Terra Fairy here, because if Andrew does not Terra, he's going to take another really heavy Ivy Cudgel, or this Ivy Cudgel is going to take out the Ogerpon and he take a really nasty single target Terra Starstorm.
100%.
So only a few more turns and we'll get to see what's in the back. So both Ndidi and Ogerpon gone, and now Ice Rider I believe is going to set up Trick Room. We might actually see that Blood Moon or Ursaluna in the back, or maybe it's Urshifu again.
I think it might be that Smeargle, because the thing with that Smeargle, that Ice Rider actually took that really well for it being a single target, for it being single target Starstorm. So it might be able to tank 2 more.
And it is going to be the Ursaluna coming out now.
That's really scary. That's immune to that Thunder Wave from that Grimmsnarl, and it should be able to live, I think, not 2 Star Storms, but at least 1 Starstorm, and enough for it to be able to reposition. This is really scary, and it will come down to speed tiers between the Ursaluna and the Ice Rider, because I think it's better if the Ice Rider moves first and then the Ursaluna, so then Blood Moon can get off into the Tropicos, rather than a Hyper Voice. And this is really tough position for Logan. Mainly
We're going to see a Follow Me come out from the Ogerpon here, and we'll see if the Blood Moon is actually faster under Trick Room. And
it is!
It is. So the Hyper Voice comes out, and we're going to see a single target Glacial Lance go into the Tropicos. Now that this Terra Starstorm is no longer single target, Logan's really going to have to bank on a critical hit here to try to take out this Ice Rider here.
And the Ursaluna, because I think this Ursaluna should be able to live.
Tropicos is going to live with 27 HP.
See the
Terra Starstorm comes out. Is he going to take out the knockout?
I don't think so. I think this Ice Rider should live. And what about the Blood Moon?
And it doesn't with just a sliver of HP. However, the Grimmsnarl was still in the back. We do know it is.
Andrew's going to clean up the game here, though, because I don't think it's going to be able to underspeed this.
The Trick Room is up, and Grimmsnarl still has that cheeky play that you suggested with the Thunder Wave to underspeed both Mons.
But the question is, at min speed, though, if they're both min speed, the Tropicos should not be able to underspeed the opposing Ursaluna and Calyrex. But I know they're usually not min speed because of the Smeargles. Because the Smeargles have to go min speed just to allow this Calyrex to get the boosts. So it's going to be interesting here. Is the Ice Rider min speed? Is the Bear min speed? It's going to be close.
Yep.
And once again, it also comes down to if that Thunder Wave misses, or if it full pairs the Tropicos. But we actually don't see the Thunder Wave from the Grimmsnarl, and we see the Blood Moon go into the Grimmsnarl and one-shot it. I'm really surprised to see that play from Andrew, mainly because Thunder Wave into Ice Rider could be a bit dicey, and if you don't, if he did go for that theoretical play, could be awkward. But we see Andrew clean up the game here, and it's 1-1, so we're going to game 3. This should be. Yep.
And Andrew's been bringing different Mons every single game, so I am very curious what he'll be bringing game 3. This time it was the Ice Rider Blood Moon with Ndidi and Ogerpon. Last game was the Smeargle Ndidi with the Urshifu and Ice Rider. He really wants that Trick Room, so I think he's going to be bringing both his Ndidi and Calyrex again to always get that Trick Room up. But I'm curious to see what sweeper he will bring in the back, if he even does bring it.
I feel like Logan on that last turn needed to take the gamble with the Thunder Wave, though. Like on the Tropicos in order to win the game. Because if he did underspeed with the Thunder Wave, that was just game. Like there was nothing Andrew could do. So I'm really surprised to see the play that he went for with the, I think, the foul play.
He went for foul play into Blood Moon, predicting that maybe if Grimmsnarl loses the Hyper Voice, he live like a Glacial Lance. I'm not sure how fast the Ice Rider is.
Right.
So Grimmsnarl could have actually undersped the Ice Rider if Mammoth is not a min speed Ice Rider.
I don't think he is with that Smeargle, because Smeargle usually has to run min speed in order to get the Decorates off on the Calyrex Ice as well as the Blood Moon. A team I always like to reference is Alex Underhill's, I believe, 9th place or no 12th place placing team from NAIC with the Electabuzz and the Annihilate and the Decorate Smeargle, which is a very similar team because. So I think this Smeargle is the min speed one. I think the Blood Moon and the Ice Rider are probably not min speed to allow for the Decorate boost from the Smeargle into the two of them. I'm very curious on Andrew's end to see if a possible Urshifu adjustment in the Trick Room with the Smeargle. It's going to be really dependent on Andrew's leads because I think Logan has shown that he is willing to just lead the Urshifu and the Ogerpon. So I'm curious to see how Andrew could adapt, because he has ways of just threatening immediate damage with the Ice Rider, but Logan is also threatening a KO on turn 1, no matter what Andrew does. What was the Terra on the Ice Rider again? I think
It's Fairy.
It's Fairy, right? I think Terrafire Cudgel plus Surging Strike should be able to pick up on a Terrafire Ice Rider.
I'm not so sure, because we saw that Surging Strike earlier in Game 1. It barely missed out.
On 50% though, but like with the attack boost and then the Terra boost and then the mass boost on top of that, I think should easily do over 50% to the Ice Rider.
Logan's Urshifu is actually Terra Grass, not Terra Water.
Sorry, not the. It's a Terrafire. I thought.
Oh, okay.
It's a Terrafire Cudgel plus the Surging Strikes, because we saw the Surging Strikes did about 50% to the Ice Rider, which they imply that it's not. It might be more bulky on the special end, most likely. But as we get into Game 3 here, we see the Indeedee and the Ice Rider into the Urshifu and the Ogerpon Hearthflame lead. It's going to be interesting. We're going to see just the taunt play again and the Ivy Cudgel from Logan's side. But this makes sense, though, because I don't think he wants to remove that Indeedee turn 1 to allow for the free switch into the Blood Moon or the Dark Urshifu or the Smeargle in the back. That's always the tricky thing with these hard Trick Room teams. You usually never want to take a KO on that first turn, because then it allows for that free switch in, and then they get 2 sweepers on the board ready to start picking up KOs.
Yep, and I agree. The only thing scary about this Indeedee is that it does have that psychic boost, and it might pick out the knockout, threatens a knockout onto that Urshifu. But it's actually going to go for the follow me, and Andrew's not going to go on the fence. He really wants that Trick Room up going up here. Ivy Cut is going to go into Indeedee as well as a taunt, making sure Indeedee always goes for an attacking move. It could be interesting. Logan reads that and possibly has a Grimmsnarl on the back to kind of just take no damage from that, as well as get his screens rolling.
100%. But it's gonna be awkward here, because I think it's really dicey. We're gonna see the Terrafire actually, but we remember last time Andrew went for that really hard call of the what's it called? The high horsepower and the psychic into the Ogerpon. And so I'm really curious if we're going to see Andrew make that call again. But by doing this play, you also make yourself open up to the Blood Moon in the back, and Earth Power is now like a guaranteed KO, unless Logan gets up the screens. But this is still a really awkward position for Logan. I think I saw him double attack here. I think he really needed to make a protect call.
I agree. I think double protect would have been safe here.
Oh, but we're actually seeing the Terrafairy on the Ice Rider. This probably implies that he's going for an attack on the Urshifu this turn, most likely. I think this is going to be Glacial Lance plus Psychic into the Urshifu, trying to bait out that Terra. This is still a really awkward position for Logan, especially since you're getting rid of that spread Terra Starstorm in the back, but you are maintaining Terra Shell. So if Mammoth decides to remove this Urshifu here, it's really awkward.
I think it's gonna come down here. Mammoth's actually gonna go for the Glacial Lance here. We now know that the CIR is slower than the Indeedee. Psychic's gonna go to Ogerpon, not knocking out the Urshifu here. So Logan's gonna hit his Terrafire, Ivy Cudgel into Ice Rider.
Strikes.
So we're gonna get 1, 2. That seemed to be like a low roll. 3. That's a good roll. That's a good roll.
Good one. I think it might live on a sliver. I believe Logan doubled up the
This
CIR
Ice Rider
here.
seems to be really bulky, so I'm also curious if
close.
this picks up the knockout.
Oh, and it
does
picks
take
up.
up the knockout.
But this is still really, really scary.
There's still 3 turns left to Trick Room.
Blood Moon,
Yes, protect
that Blood
available.
Moon is in the back, I'm telling you. And it's really scary because Andrew, by bringing out the Blood Moon, has a really, really safe play of Hyper Voice plus the Psychic into the Urshifu. So maybe we'll see a proactive switch in of the Grimmsnarl to try and get in screens. No, we just see the Ivy Cudgel for the damage. I'm surprised no double protect here. Either to like stall out the Trick Room.
I'm also surprised, but he might be trying to reposition his Urshifu under the Trick Room to make sure that the Indeedee always targets it, so he doesn't get double up with the Tropicals from the back.
Does pick
but
up
we'll
on
see
does
here.
pick up on that Ogerpon. Now Logan is down his Terra and his redirection, and
I think that's still a very interesting play with 2 turns left to Trick Room now, and 2 turns left to Psychic Train. Psychic going into the Urshifu, so you were right about that call. But I believe with Logan having the Tropicals in the back, He's actually going to bring out the Grimmsnarl
This
here.
makes sense, though, from him because he needs to get the screens up for the Tropical in the back, because that's going to be really annoying for Andrew with the Terror Shell. But as we saw, that Blood Moon was able to pick up on that Grimmsnarl without the light screen. So I'm very curious that most likely, I think, with the light screen, it should be able to take a Blood Moon. But I'm very curious if Andrew might go for the Hyper Voice and the Psychic, but we see Logan might just hard switching this Terapagos on these like super dangerous attacks from this Ursaluna. Mainly because it could take it with the Terror Shell. But we actually see the possible side Thunder Wave?
I'm not so sure what.
I really think we need to be setting up
screens
screens here.
Light screen here, and then going to be going for the close combat to Blood Moon. But I do not believe this Urshifu under light screens will be surviving a Psychic as well as a Hyper Voice. But
I don't think so either, especially Psychic terrain boosted. I really think we're going to see a Blood Moon come out from this Blood Moon Ursaluna into the Grimmsnarl and a Psychic from the Indeedee. Or
Blood Moon into Ursaluna. Interesting. I think he was predicting the Terapagos from switching in, doing a huge chunk of damage. The Urshifu is actually going to go down, and Psychic is not going to affect the Grimmsnarl at all. With only one turn left of Trick Room here, and Blood Moon being burnt out, Terapagos is coming in for free.
I feel like this is a really good turn for Logan actually now, just purely on the fact that there was no damage into the
and
the
light screen is set up too.
And they burned the Blood Moon. There's no Blood Moon, so
Blood Moon being slower than Indeedee, Blood Moon has to be the one breaking the shell, and Indeedee might not be able to do enough damage with the light screens going through, even with that boosted screens.
What does Andrew have in the back? Because I think things could get really dicey if there's that smear goal. Mainly because we're locked into that single target Starstorm now instead of the spread, mainly because we Logan terrored the Ogerpon earlier. So I'm really curious how Andrew's going to play out this endgame, mainly because I believe the Indeedee has shaken off the taunt already. So,
it's going to be a very close endgame here.
This is actually really interesting here because the foul play, because the Grimmsnarl.
It's going to be a helping hand.
This is gonna.
Mammoth is just going for the full offense here. If Hyper Voice Helping Hand takes out this Grimmsnarl, then the foul play will not be knocking down Indeedee here. The Grimmsnarl is going to live, and the Terapagos takes comfortable damage, so he's going to take that Terra Starstorm.
Foul play to on the Indeedee.
Taking out the 50% last time, and single target Starstorm going into Blood Moon now. Might pick out the knockout here.
And if it's just Smeargle, I don't think Andrew can win, actually.
It takes it out.
If it's that
It comes down to the last mon in the back.
If it's that Ogerpon, I think things get really dicey. But if it's that Urshifu Dark or the Smeargle, I think that's just game. Because single target Starstorm should be able to pick up. It's Ogerpon. Oh, things get really interesting now.
He has already burned Terra though, and this Grimmsnarl still has access to Reflect and Thunder Wave.
I think Logan wins this actually, mainly because the single target Starstorm should do over 50% of this Ogerpon, and Foul Play should also do about 50% of this Ogerpon. But if we are right about our theory about this being the Shuliang tank spread, this is going to have lower attack as well.
Exactly.
So this probably won't pick up on the Terapagos unless a crit happens, possibly.
Thunder Wave is actually going to connect,
But
and now the
then-
Terapagos is always going to be the first one going forward. Let's see how much damage this Terra Starstorm is going to be
This
doing
should be
to
a
Ogerpon
this
here.
should be a two-shot.
I believe you're right. It's gonna do.
Oh!
It's gonna do more than just a 60% here. The Ivy Cut is gonna go into the Terapagos here and lose
nowhere
it
near enough.
comfortably.
And I think that's game. It looks like
I
Logan
think
is
Logan
going
has
to the
gonna seal
finals.
the deal here. Yep, and
Yeah,
that's
battle's
it.
canceled.
That was a very, very close game. Had me at the edge of my seat. Wasn't
Right.
sure what was living and what's not. Very interesting spreads from both teams.
I think, you know what would have been an interesting play to see from Andrew in those last couple turns that could have maybe swung the game into a
congratulations to
different
Logan
favorite.
Martinez heading over to the finals.
I think what was interesting there is I'm curious if Andrew possibly, if he hard switched out into the Ogerpon to tank the Starstorm and then get Blood Moon back in with the Blood Moon, maybe something there could have possibly happened. But congrats to Logan once again to making finals, making the right calls, the right reads in order to make it there. And so we are actually going to be streaming the other top 4 sets. So this should be a good one. This should be Patrick Connors versus Joven Texera.
Yep.
So
it's going to be an exciting game. CIR versus Shempo Knight.
I am very excited for this. This is going to be a very close game because especially it'll be interesting because no Behemoth Bash.
Yeah, no Behemoth Bash at all. It's completely on Heavy Slam. So Joven's going to be really relying on the damage from his partner Pokemon as well, but he does have the Sludge Bomb Amoonguss.
That's
so
true.
It's going to be a little tricky for Patrick here, navigating both the Terra Fairy and Amoonguss, underspeeding it, either going for a Spore or damaging attacks. I don't think it's going to be... I don't think Behemoth Bash versus Heaviside will make too much of a difference here in this game, but it is a very tough game going forward.
I think, because I don't want to like reveal too much about the teams. Well, actually, Patrick was already on stream earlier, so we could just talk about
Yes,
it.
both players have been on
I think
stream.
the Rocky Helmet Ensign could be very interesting on Patrick's side, mainly because of the fact that, like, I believe it's Terra Bug. It's Terra Bug, so...
Terra Bug?
Yeah, Terra Bug Ensign. So, believe me, I was talking to him about it before. I was looking at the team show, I'm like, Terra Bug? And he's like, yeah, it's fun. Landon told me to run it. I'm like, okay. I'm like, we just... But this should be a really interesting... I really think this next match should be interesting because whoever wins has to face that hyper-offensive team of the Logans in the finals. And I think Logan has a really interesting matchup into both of the teams, mainly because of having the Tornadoes for that Zamazenta team, allowing for like the team to move much faster, especially the Bolt, because usually the biggest weakness of Bolt is the fact of it's slower. But if it's able to move before the Zamazenta is able to do anything, then things could get really dicey. But it's also interesting on Patrick's side because of the foul play on that Grimmsnarl and then the Terra Fairy on the Ice Rider. So things are going to get a little interesting,
with the speeds,
tricky,
yep.
especially the speeds. So I'm very excited for this matchup between Patrick because I think no matter what, we're going to have a really interesting finals with very unique speed tiers. So this should be pretty fun.
Yep, I see both players are getting ready, getting comfortable right now. It's going to be, like I said it before, a very interesting matchup. I'm excited to see this one. Two CIRs on top cut here says a lot for that Mon.
Right. It's good to see Patrick Connors, I will say, back at our locals. He's been on kind of a hiatus, a little bit of a break since LAIC, where he went about 5-3, I believe. Barely missing out on that day too, but I'm so happy to see him back at the locals.
Yeah, I'm also excited. He's always a big joy to have here. Everything he's hard committed to CIR, so it's always interesting to see what he cooks up with. This time he's on.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. He's no longer. He's still on like that balanced CIR, but not his NIC winning team, as you can see with the Fire Water Grass core, like the Patrick signature here.
Let's talk a bit about Joven's team since it's up here on the screen. I believe this is the team that you used to win the Big Cup a couple weeks back.
Yep, absolutely. I believe it's still going strong, especially into this meta. Terra Fairy CIR is not scaring us here. Especially that Patrick is on Terra Poison, correct, actually?
I believe... I'm not sure. I gotta check back. I believe he's been against Terra Poison recently, mainly because of the uptick in CSR. But I think Poison's really good into the Draining Kiss variant, but I don't think it's too good into the Life Orb Psychic variant, because you actually could just one-shot CIR off the bat, and you really don't want those 50-50 reads, especially on your restricted Pokemon, especially when CSR is already such a hard matchup for Ice Rider in general. But now we see Patrick's team, so it's pretty interesting, mainly because of the fact that it's not hard balance, but it's not like hard offense either. It's like a weird in-between. So this is going to be, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup, mainly because Patrick really has to get that Trick Room up, and there's no Will-O-Wisp on this Ensign. So he's not threatening a burn on this Zamazenta or the Chet Pow or the Dragonite, but I'm expecting that we are going to see that Incineroar come to this set.
I agree. Especially with the Rocky Helmet, it's going to be a good tool to just chip down the Zamazenta, as well as the Fake Out to stop any Y guards under Trick Room, or any of Joven's supporting mons like Amoonguss from preventing Spores.
I think a possible lead we might see from Joven here is, well, you know the team better than I, but I'm game theorying here, is Zamazenta Dragonite. Am I wrong? Because
I actually disagree because
of the Ogre Rock.
Because of the Ogre Rock.
makes sense.
Absolutely. I think into this team, the standard would probably be. It's going to be really hard for Joven here because the team definitely relies on getting the leads right. It's very read heavy. He could be leading Shen Pao with either Urshi, D-Knight, or Zama here, and he has to call whether the Raging Ball is going to be on Patrick's lead up.
Or
And
the Ogre Rock.
if it's Ogre Rock, that's completely okay if he leads the Urshifu. Or
Sorry, not the Urshifu, but
or even with the D-Knight, because
D-Knight.
the extreme speed plus any other of the damage, like Ice Spin or Throw Chop, should pick up the knockout.
That's true. That's 100% true. This is going to be... I think this match is going to be really back and forth. I definitely think it's not like one-sided for either side. Mainly just because of the team compositions. But as we are getting into the game here, we are about to see the leads from Patrick and Joven. And it is Raging Bolt Calyrex versus the Dragonite Urshifu. It's going to be interesting. So, mainly because of the currently, both of Patrick's Pokemon are threatening a KO on Joven's Pokemon. With the Glacial Lance into the Dragonite and the Thunderclap into the Urshifu. And this is where the fun little mind games start coming in.
I do believe that with this lead, Patrick got it right, and Joven's going to be at the back foot here, as neither Mons can really handle this Raging Bolt by themselves and need the support off of Shen Pao here. As we're going to see, he's going for the hard swap to kind of have the Dragonite output more damage, as well as predict that Thunderclap is going to the Urshifu here.
I really think Patrick's going to go for Thunderbolt, though, possibly. Or he could just just go for the Cloud.
Possibly. We were going to have to see. So Joven's going to make up the switch into Shen Pao here to boost our Dragonite's damage. This also will be boosting the Ice Rider's damage. So
Good Terra Fairy, that Ice Rider.
Yep, the
and
Thunderclap is coming
Thunderclap
out.
actually come out for Patrick.
And he's actually going to be going for the Outrage, connecting into the Raging Bolt, just getting the one-hit KO.
But this is still
Calling Patrick's bluff that he will not be going for... Oh, he did go for the Glacial Lance.
I still think this is
taking out the Dragonite.
This is a really dicey position for Joven. Even if, let's say Patrick didn't go for the Glacial Lance there, I think mainly because of the fact that the Ice Rider is Terra Fairy, right?
It's Terra Poison.
Oh, is it Terra Poison?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought it was Fairy. My bad.
No, it's going to be resisting the body presses off to the Zamazenta here. But getting rid of the Raging Bolt, now Urshifu is a little bit safe here.
Yet,
and no Trick Room. So Joven's going to be having the speed advantage here. Calling Patrick's bluff that he wouldn't be going for Trick Room. He's actually going to leave the Zamazenta and the Shen Pao. And Patrick's Scarf Urshifu is going to be coming out trying to continue maintaining the speed order here.
This is a little awkward, mainly because we see a wide guard and a possible hard switch out, which makes sense because Pat could be going for the surging strikes into the Chen Pao here. But we got to remember, Patrick is operating with full information right now. He knows everything in Joven's side of the board because Joven led that Urshifu turn 1. Yeah. So Patrick has the advantage here. Also with the Terra, because I'm not sure how Joven's going to break through this Terra Poison Ice Rider, especially with Trick Room possibly going up here, and this Ice Rider being +1. So
and Joven's going to be Terra Dragoning, being weak to the Glacial Lances here. We saw earlier that he locked into the body press going into, I believe, the Calyrex, which is Terra Poisoning now.
I believe he went for the wide guard, actually, I thought.
We'll be seeing it here. I believe he went for body press. But we're also, I believe that the Urshifu will be going for a coaching angle here to get
very
that.
possible.
Oh, he did go for a wide guard on Joven's side, and then Patrick's Urshifu is going for the coaching into the Calyrex. I think he's going to be setting up Trick Room now, knowing that Joven no longer did not bring Amoonguss into this game here. Trick Room's going to go up.
That was a really good play by Patrick, mainly because of the fact that Chen Pao did not have Icicle Crash. If that Chen Pao, I think, had Icicle Crash, it could have been really dicey because of that flinch chance, possibly. But now Joven here is on the back foot because this Calyrex is now +2 with a defense boost. And I think Patrick will keep coaching, but we're probably going to switch out here. And I'm assuming we're going to see actually the Farigiraf. Interesting play here.
With the Farigiraf coming out here, he's going to go for the wide guard. I believe Patrick will be locking into a high horsepower. No, Glacial Lance. Interesting.
Oh, but this Farigiraf has Twin Beam.
Yes, it does have Twin Beam. I believe that he brought it out to be proactive to try to take out the Urshifu here. And if Joven takes out his Urshifu to bring out the Shenpao, just more damage to that +1 Calyrex will be coming out into the field.
Because then you can pretty much safely double the Urshifu with high horsepower and the Twin Beam on this next turn. Or you could just, because what's it called? That covers it the Chen Pao switches in as a defensive switch on the Twin Beam. And it'd be interesting because the speed tiers on the Farig and the Calyrex could be interesting here. Because only because of the way that
the attack order.
The attack order on the Zamazenta, I mean.
Yep. We're going to see Wide Guard. We're going to see Joven actually lock into Body Press into Free-Graph and a Surge Strike to Calyrex. Patrick's going to go for the Twin Beam. Not sure if this actually, I believe this is actually going to pick out the Urshifu. There's a 1 HP hidden sash. But does Patrick read this and go for a Glacial Lance? And he does. Getting that +2 from this. Getting the +2 from the Urshifu now. And the Zamazenta going down to 9 HP.
Imagine if Joven wide guarded there.
If he did wide guard, a Surging Strike into Calyrex would have helped a lot. But the Free-Graph being on the field, I'm not sure if Shenpao will be able to knock out the Calyrex, being 2 turns of Trick Room and not being able to fake a Sucker Punch into the Calyrex.
That's fair, that's fair. But like, this would be interesting there, because then imagine if he wide guarded on that turn. Because if he wide guards, right, Patrick does not pick up any KOs. You could protect Zamazenta, sack the, wide guard again with Zamazenta, so that way that Calyrex cannot touch you. Sack the Urshifu, and then get in your Chen-Pao, double protect. But I guess the wide guard
interaction will make the protect.
I guess maybe another wide guard then, because I don't think.
I think Joven's gonna go for the double protect here to try to stall out the turn to Trick Room and get back the speed.
I think a play we might see from Patrick here on this last turn of Trick Room after this, now that way he doesn't lose to a double protect, is probably a hard switch out of the Farigiraf into the Urshifu, because then it threatens that KO on the Chen-Pao.
Possibly. I also believe that Patrick thinks that he's just in a comfortable position here. Urshifu, if Trick Room ends, will just win. I don't think he needs to go for the proactive play here.
No, that's fair. I forgot that Zamazenta's like 9 HP.
I believe that he's just going to go on the offensive here. Here comes the wide guard. Does Patrick go for the Glacial Lance predicting this? Or is he just going to go for the Twin Beam into the Zamazenta here to go for the knockout, which he does. And I believe maybe we're going to see a high horsepower coming from the Ice Rider to close up this game.
I definitely think so as well. I mean, Urshifu should be able to win it on its own.
There's the
high horsepower.
It is +2 and it's taking out the knockout.
Alright, going to game 2. Very curious to see if Joven will adjust here. Mainly because I don't think that lead was too great, and then the immediate KO on the Dragonite was like momentum shifting. Because I also thought it was really smart the way Patrick actually played that turn 1. Because if you think about it, right, let's say that Dragonite Terra Normal, right, to live the Glacial Lance. Get Urshifu in the back. Just click CC. And Joven can't really switch in much besides that Amoonguss on a close combat and that Fluttermane. But I don't think Fluttermane is coming to this match.
Yeah, I think it is too fast and no way to reverse Trick Room. I don't think he'll be leaving. I'm curious to see if Joven will be bringing Amoonguss this time and hiding it more in the back to kind of bait Patrick to going for a Trick Room. But it seems that he's really adamant on, as the players are selecting the teams here, there might be an angle where Joven leaving like complete offense in the previous game. He might be leading Dragonite again to kind of just go for calling Patrick's bluff that he will not be bringing Bolt and try to go for like another outrage play here or going for like some E-speeds, but in the early game trying to get the Free-Graph as well as to get on the field, but we'll see in just a moment.
I think leading Zamazenta is really important in this matchup. What makes it tricky is that Terra Poison Ice Rider, like we mentioned before. But I think in order to help support the pieces, so that way that Raging Bolt, as we see Patrick lead again, doesn't just sweep through that team. Now, things get interesting here because that Bolt is not Terra Fairy. It's Terra Electric.
Terra Electric. It does, however, it puts Patrick in a heavy position here because this Dragonite really wants to be clicking Outrage. It's going to chunk, either take out the knockout on Bolt or chunk the Ice Rider here. Will Patrick burn Terra to mitigate the damage from a body press from Zamazenta onto the Ice Rider, or would he burn Terra on the Bolt as to not die from the Outrage? He does have double protect available here to kind of scout out what the Dragonite will be
I
logging
think the
into
play
here.
that we might see from Patrick here is I think a protect on this Bolt and then Terra Poison Trick Room. Mainly because I don't think Joven here is threatening a KO on this Calyrex if it's Terra Poison, because Heavy Slam's not doing too much. Body Press will not do anything with the Terra Poisons, and then like we should be able to live the Outrage somewhat comfortably. And as we see the Terra Poison come out from the Ice Rider here,
And Joven locking into Stomping Tantrum, so he's going to be locked into a super effective attack into both these Mons here. Body Press is going to go into Bolt. No Protect on either Mons, so Dragonite's going to be taking out the knockout Raging Bolt. Does this CIR go for Glacial Lance like it did last game, or will it be setting up Trick Room here?
I don't think so. If
It all comes down to
on
this.
the board.
He's actually
the
high horsepowering the
horsepower.
Zamazenta. Joven did call his bluff and is now locked into Stomping, with Patrick being locked into that Terra Poison
This is
here.
a really good position for Joven here because this Dragonite, he just wide guard.
Yep, he can just click wide guard, and
Stomping Tantrum.
with the Dragon typing and Flying typing, it's gonna just completely just resist all of Urshifu's move. Gonna get to click Stomping Tantrum till it's chipped away.
Also, this Ice Rider cannot touch this Dragonite as long as the Zamazenta is on the board because of the wide guard and the Dragonite's flying typing. So this is going to be really, really hard for Patrick to come back from. I just see the protect. I think he's going for a coaching play here.
I believe so too, so you can take less damage from this Dragonite, but it does leave his Calyrex vulnerable to being the only attacking mon here. Here comes the coaching. I think he's going to try to get enough attack so this Ice Rider can knock out the Zama with high horsepower through the wide guard. But this is Dragonite,
especially if
being able to just chip down the Ice Rider for...
Damn it. Oh, that Urshifu in the back is really scary. As we see Joven possibly considering to switch out, I really think he should stay in with the Zamazenta and force Patrick to have to remove it with high horsepower and then just keep clicking buttons with his Dragonite. Like, this is a weird position because Joven theoretically could go for a lead here, right? But if Patrick gets that read right and just Glacial Lance is calling no wide guard, that moves the game so much forward for him. As we see the Urshifu switch out, no more coaching. Presumably the
Farigiraf. I think Patrick's going to be trying to get that Trick Room up to be able to attack. Joven's going to call his bluff that he's going to be going for a high horsepower into the Zamazenta. He's going to get a Stomping Tantrum here, and he's going to set up the Trick Room.
This is still a really, really awkward position for Patrick here, mainly because, once again, that wide guard that we were talking about earlier, and I don't think Twin Beam plus horsepower would be able to remove the Zamazenta, but as we see here, Joven is planning to go for a really aggressive play here of hard switching out that Dragonite into the Amoonguss. So that way he can start threatening those spores. And we see Protect. Ooh.
Now, did the Farigiraf go into the Dragonite to try to chip it, or is it going to the Zamazenta here?
This is really dicey for Patrick now because with the spore for this Ice Rider, he has unlocked the potential for his Zamazenta to start clicking Body Press again into the Farigiraf slot, and nothing wants to be switching in on that Calyrex slot for the spore. And it's really tricky because, as we saw, Urshifu is in the back for Joven, so it does not care about those Calyrex defense boosts, and it's going to be really tricky for Patrick to be able to remove as we see the Twin Beam come out from the Farigiraf again.
Yep, absolutely. This Terra Poison Calyrex, though, is going to be, despite being Spore, it's not going to take too much from the Sludge Bomb, and the Farigiraf barely taking out the Zamazenta here. It's going to get another turn to try to knock out the Zama. Body Press going to Farigiraf, doing more than 50%. Another one possibly taking it out. Comes down to this Amoonguss Sludge Bomb to see if he can either finish the job, maybe get a poison, or just put the Farigiraf to sleep as well.
Something interesting here is that this Farigiraf has safety goggles, so he can't just Rage Powder away the Twin Beam from this Farigiraf. So I think it's an interesting position from both sides right now. I think Joven should be able to pull out the win here as we see the Hyper Voice come out from this Farigiraf.
And does Patrick's Ice Rider wake up here? It will just accelerate his entire board state here, just knocking out the Amoonguss, leaving just the Urshifu. But it's actually going to take another turn of sleep here.
Alright, right, we're going to see the Urshifu come in for this ice.
For the Zamazenta.
For the Zamazenta, and now I think Joven cleans up the game here. It's just a sludge bomb into the Farigiraf to pick it up, and a surging strikes into the Calyrex. Urshifu does not want to switch in on the sludge bomb because it doesn't want to take that chip, right? And
But who knows, like Calyrex could wake up here and just go for a Glacial Lance, taking out the Mungus. I'm not sure if the Surging Strike will be picking out the knockout on the Calyrex here.
I mean, but that's fine though. There's a full-on Dragonite in the back that I don't see how Patrick is going to be able to remove unless this Ice Rider wakes up and starts doing some damage as we see the Sludge Bomb. No poison.
No poison.
And the
Calyrex
Calyrex
still
takes
asleep.
another turn of sleep. I believe that's 2 turns?
2 turns, yep.
As we see these
The
Surging Strikes.
Very close to the knockout. But just leaving with that sliver of red HP, I don't think Amoonguss will be able to knock out with a Sludge Bomb.
And the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. Now this is just Rage Powder Surging Strikes into the Calyrex slot. I don't know how... I don't think Patrick can come back for this one. We might see a game cancel here, to be completely honest with you, because I don't see how Patrick's going to be able to remove this Amoonguss. And that Farigiraf and that Calyrex are both in range of the Surging Strikes as we see that battle get canceled.
Joven was just completely off the offense this game 1 and game 2.
I really think it came down to that turn 1, because if Patrick goes for the Protect on Raging Bolt in the Trick Room on that Calyrex, I think Patrick kind of just takes the game from there, because I don't really see a way Joven can like easily come in.
I agree, but I definitely think this is a game of reads right now. Joven is trying to out-read Patrick to try to get a very forward board state here.
I'm very curious if we are going to see that Ogre Pond Rock possibly coming to this game, mainly because Joven has shown that he is willing to lead that Dragonite the last 2 games. And if Patrick makes that adjustment to Ogre Rock, he could just pick up the KO on that Dragonite. But like you were saying before, you can just body press and take the KO on that Ogre Rock with the E-Speed. But Patrick has that mind game of that Farigiraf in the back, which he's shown to have brought the last 2 games. So I'm very curious to see how both players will make an adjustment here to move the board states forward for both their sides.
Yep, and I believe both players have just finished locking in their teams, so we'll be seeing in just a second, like what they'll be bringing.
Exactly.
On this game 3. Will Joven be still going for the offense, or will Patrick switch it up his leads, calling out Joven's bluff?
That's very curious as we're waiting for the game to load here, and we see the match cards hit the board. It's time to see these game 3 leads. As we see Patrick lead with the Ogre Pond and the Calyrex, like I was saying before, and the Chen Pao and Dragonite. Oh, this is really, really interesting board state, because Patrick once again could go for that play of the Protect on that Ogre Pond and the attack with the Calyrex, or possibly that Trick Room. I really think if Patrick gets the Trick Room up here, especially into this lead, that will move the game forward so much and make it hard for him to come back here, as we see a possible defensive switch from Joven into the Zamazenta on the Dragonite slot.
Dragonite's going to be switching out here, trying to predict that an Ivy Cudgel is going to be going into it to tank it, and a Throat Chop is going to go out of the Shenpao to try to chip down the Calyrex. We're not going to see any Terra from Patrick's side, and a Spiky Shield calling that to break the sash on the Shenpao. Actually, a double protect here, scouting out what Joven wants to do.
I'm a little surprised by this play, because I really think that this does not move the board state too much forward, especially for Patrick, mainly because now Joven has a really safe play of just throat chopping and body pressing that Ogre Pond instead of the Calyrex. I think you should remove the Ogre Pond here, mainly because it's threatening that Dragonite mode in the back so much more, and doesn't allow you to go for the E-Speed spam. It also punishes if Patrick hard switches in something on that slot, and you don't have to worry about the Terra Poison on the Ice Rider, because I wouldn't be surprised to see a play from Patrick here of Terra Poison on the Ice Rider, Trick Room, and just attacking with the Ogre Pond to try and break a sash, calling it double up into the Ice Rider.
Yep, we're going to see Patrick burn the Terra Poison onto the Calyrex here, trying not to take any body presses from the Zamazenta. I don't believe that he's going to be clicking follow me to sack the Ogre Pond.
I think he's going for damage here, as we see
here comes the Wide Guard come out from the Zamazenta, predicting a Glacial Lance. Here comes the Throat Chop actually into the Ogre Pond. Joven reading this correctly, and Ivy Cudgel going into the Shenpao. this might be Patrick trying to take out the Shenpao before setting up Trick Room here to minimize the damage of Dragonite in the back.
I'm not sure if I agreed with this. Oh! Okay, we're just clicking Glacial Lance here.
Good read on Joven, going for the Y guard, stopping that offensive play completely and breaking the Sturdy off of the Ogre Pawn here.
Now Joven has
Terra
to be so
Poison
careful
still
here.
burned, and Shenpao down to Sash.
Joven-
Comes down to...
Joven has to be careful here, though, because of the spiky shield on that Ogre Pawn. So, once again, a really interesting board state. I'm really surprised by some of the plays from these players, mainly on that turn. I'm surprised not to see the body press and the ice spinner into the Zamazenta to just remove it. But I guess Patrick was calling that double up into Ice Rider as he
An
gets
Ice
the
Spinner
call right
body
again.
press
Oh.
doing more than 50% to this Ice Rider. Glacial Lance
Glacial
taking out the
Lance.
Shenpao here, going for +1. No Trick Room set up though.
I think this is a really bad position for Patrick, I think. Mainly because I think this Zamazenta should outspeed this Ogerpon Rock, mainly because of how fast Zamazentas have been going recently in the format in order to outspeed Ogerpons. And as we see the Dragonite come out here, I really think this is a safe body press plus Stomping Tantrum into the Calyrex. Body press into the Ogerpon, Stomping Tantrum into the Calyrex. This is going to be really, really hard for Patrick to come back from, mainly because of the damage into the Ice Rider on that previous turn. So this is going to be a really interesting turn. I think Joven might be able to pull this out. I definitely think the favor is of Joven here.
Yep, Joven's in a really good board state, having a Choice Band Mon, super effective move onto this Terra Poison. We're going to see Protect off come out of Patrick here, and the Ogerpon the Zamazenta being faster than the Ogerpon, taking the knockout, and this Calyrex is going to get to scout out what this Dragonite's going to be locking into.
It should be that Stomping Tantrum, I assume. No reason to gamble on Outrage Confusions or anything in the late game. Just go for Stomping Tantrum. It hits basically the rest of Patrick's board super effectively. Now we see the Raging Bolt come out, and I still feel like this is a really hard position for Patrick to come back from, mainly because of that damage that Patrick was able to get back, and Joven still having Terra. He can just Terra normal this Dragonite, live a Draco Meteor, and just go for the Stomping. But we see Joven's considering the double up into the Raging Bolt, possibly to just remove it, calling a passive play for Patrick possibly.
I believe this is a little too aggressive because the Calyrex did just burn its Protect here. Raging Bolt not really being able to take out the knockout on either of these Pokemon without sacrificing the Calyrex. I believe Joven is predicting that Patrick is going to try to go for a double Protect here to stall out some turns to just do some damage into Zamazenta or Dragonite to possibly put in Thunderclap range. But Joven's going to be doubling the Raging Bolt here, trying to close out the game. He does read correctly the double Protect here, and this Stomping Tantrum plus Body Press should knock out the Raging Bolt, leaving Dragonite, Zamazenta, and Amoonguss in the back 1v1ing this Calyrex, completely pinning all its options in speed.
Game. I don't see how Patrick can come back from this. It's like I don't see a Mon in his team sheet that would be able to bring back the game. And we see the Urshifu come out. It cannot touch this Dragonite. This Dragonite, I think, is threatening the KO on this Ice Rider based on the damage we saw the Bandage Stomping Tantrum do to the Calyrex at the +1. And we see the battle is canceled, and Joven is moving on to the finals to fight Logan Martinez.
Yep, congratulations to Joven heading on to the finals. It was a very tough game. A lot of reads, as we can see.
A lot
just
of back and forth.
Completely pushing Patrick's board state, putting him to a wall, forcing all his options, and just maintaining both the high and low speed here. I think he played that really well.
That was a really good game. Nice back and forth. So now that we know our two finals opponents, I think this matchup is going to be very, very interesting because Zamazenta usually always has a good matchup into Terapagos. This is Specs Terapagos. This isn't silly old Calm Mind substitute shenanigans with a really slow-paced team where you only have the Flutter Mane to really manage this ferocious dog. Now we have Tornadus, Urshifu, and I really think that Urshifu is going to come in handy with that safety goggles because you can't just redirect the Urshifu, the Surging Strikes or the Close Combats into the Zamazenta. And I really think Torn and that Bolt are going to be crucial there. But I think, Joven is putting on a lot of pressure in that matchup with the Shenpao and the Dragonite just being able to, rip off damage and there being no way really for Logan to just be able to stop it per se.
Absolutely. Logan does have a lot of options to handle the Zamazenta speed, especially with the Thunderwave and Tailwind coming up, and the damage mitigation from his Mons with the Reflect and Light Screen. I'm curious to see how much damage the Mons will be doing, especially from a Choice Banded Dragonite. Will Joven bring it? Because it seems to be his king piece here, more than the Zamazenta, bringing it to almost every single match, despite it like not doing as well in the game 1. But I think he's really dependent on that one. It's shown to be really good.
100%.
And we'll be... Are we going to the next?
All right.
Break? All right. And we'll be right back for the finals in just a bit.
After this break.
Yep.
Welcome back to Versus Games for the League Challenge here in Oviedo, Florida. After 4 grueling rounds of Swiss and top 4, Jonathan, we've got our final matchup here, and I'm hyped for it, dude.
I'm honestly excited to see it after a grueling top 4 of Logan Martinez beating Andrew Navarro, especially after playing him in round 4, locking him that finals, and then Joven being able to beat Patrick Connors.
I believe that makes Joven Teixeira the honorary NAIC champion now.
No, that wouldn't work like that. If it did,
if it did, well, where's his World's invite?
He's working on it. He's a busy man. Is he top 75? He's close enough.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Man just does school and still is close by to just be able to get it.
Well, as you guys are aware, top 75 in North America will get a Worlds invite, excluding the winning of regionals, because if you win a regional or you top 4 in IC, you get to go to Worlds. Now, I believe you're going to EUIC, are you not?
No, I am not. I will be going to Atlanta. We do have some players here. I believe it is Carey that we did see earlier on, both on the desk and throughout the stream matches. He will be going to EUIC.
Do we know if Patrick Connors is going to EUIC?
I don't think so. I do not think so.
It'd be interesting to see if he does.
Only it's a little. Well, we have 2 weeks. I do know he's going to, I think, an event, but I do not know which one.
We've got some time before EUIC. We've got some time, and while you guys are also watching EUIC, I believe there are some online tournaments that you guys can participate in too. There is going to be a lot of them for the grassroots VGC scene, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys are looking for online tournaments outside of your local scene, join them, because that's a lot of fun. I mean, online tournaments, they're good practice. Most of them are best of one.
Yeah, there's a lot of practice, and it's definitely why we see these two players right here in finals, why they fought so hard, because of all the practice they've done to get to this point. And we are seeing Logan Martinez versus Joven Texera. I think I'm butchering his nickname, his last name.
I've probably butchered his last name.
Yeah,
more times than I care to remember.
I'm never gonna get it right. But we are gonna be seeing them set up right on the stage. We are seeing Logan. He is running the Choice Specs Terrapago, something that, you know, an archetype that hasn't been really seen as much. With the Grimmsnarl, the light screen, the Thunder Wave to slow things down, and the foul play definitely helps him out with, of course, your regular basic Metamons.
Exactly right. You look at that Terrapagos, as you mentioned, the Choice Specs, it locks itself into the first move that it uses, but it gets a 50% boost in power, and then you add in the Terra Starstorm. If you terrestrialize that Terrapagos, suddenly you have a spread move with Choice Specs.
And then as we're looking on over to Joven's side, we see him with the Zamazenta. That Terra Starstorm becomes a spread move once it's terra'd, which Joven has the Wide Guard to just negate the damage. And of course, since it's Choice Specs, it will just lock itself out. And the only way it can stop using the move is by swapping out or sadly being knocked out.
And, you know, Wide Guard against the Terrapagos with a Grimmsnarl as the opponent. There's something in my mind. Like, something is, you know, I'm getting flashbacks to something. I'm getting these vivid memories.
Nope.
There was something that happened with a Wide Guard and a Terrapagos and a Grimmsnarl.
No, don't remember.
I just can't get it out of my head. Like, I'm trying to remember, where did I see this happen before?
Maybe it'll come back to you throughout the set. Only time will tell.
Time will have to tell.
Yeah.
More so than anything else. For all I know, I could be losing my mind. I could be losing my mind. But that's the beauty of Pokemon, is that you get to have fun while looking at a team sheet, and then it's almost like school. It's almost like a school. You get ready for a test, and this is a test for our two trainers to try to win a league challenge. They have studied the sheets. I wonder if any of them are going to blank when they see the first question.
Well, we are going to have to find out, because I believe we are heading into game 1 of the Oviedo League Challenge. I'm honestly excited to see both of these players win, because not only do none of these players have their BFLs maxed out, but I believe if Logan Martinez wins this set, he will be able to win his first ever local so far in his Pokemon career.
That would be amazing if that happens. And we're getting into game number 1. We see Logan has opted to lead with the Grimmsnarl and that Raging Bolt. And on Joven's side, he leads the Amoonguss and the Urshifu Rapid Strike.
This is very interesting. Grimmsnarl on the field is able to not only set up screens to lower the damage output from a close combat into the Raging Bolt, but also he could go for a Thunder Wave just to increase his odds of, you know, getting a paralysis and causing Mon to not even go for attack. We are going to be seeing the Urshifu swap out into the Dragonite here, you know, more than likely expecting a Thunderbolt or some move to just be able to take the resisted damage. Reflect is going to come up on the field with a Raging Bolt, going for a Thunderbolt into that Dragonite. It still will do a lot.
But in comes that Spore, so Grimmsnarl is taking a nap now. It will take one guaranteed turn of sleep on this turn due to the Spore. but the Raging Bolt can still go for another attack here. Meanwhile, the Dragonite is just over, I'm assuming 30% health right there, so it's still in the yellow, but it's close to the red. It can go for an attack in theory, as we do see a Rage Powder coming out from this Amoonguss. Now, what's important to note here, Jonathan, this Amoonguss is carrying the Rocky Helmet, as we see Choice Band Aerial Ace go into the Grimmsnarl there, and a Dragon Pulse doing 50% to the Amoonguss. That is huge damage to the Mushroom.
No, yeah, with that booster energy increasing his special attack power, it will do a lot of damage, especially because it's Dragon Pulse. It is one of the many things that players have to recognize going between Dragon Pulse and Draco Meteor, because Draco Meteor has usually a chance of picking up that KO, but it also has a chance of missing. We are going to be seeing an Aerial Ace going into the Grimmsnarl. I think Joven's trying to recognize his priorities, but so does Logan, knocking out the Dragonite with a Dragon Pulse, which means since there's no Rage Powder, this has to be a Spore coming in from the Amoonguss spot, going into the Raging Bolt, trying to have both of Logan's Mons asleep.
And that is the success in play as the Raging Bolt. I'm actually surprised that Amoonguss was able to get a Spore all the way up there in the clouds.
No, it doesn't matter how big or small the opponent is, it will always be able to get a Spore as the Zamazenta comes into the field as well, increasing it defenses due to its Dauntless Shield ability. Logan might be able to get a paralysis off just because it's been 2 turns to sleep for Grimmsnarl, so there is a very likely chance it can wake up, but it also might take its final 3rd turn of sleep and just, you know, not be able to just allow Joven just to be able to do massive damage with the Zamazenta.
And we do see that Joven has opted to switch out that Amoonguss here to get its Regenerator ability and regain 33% of its health, and back comes out that Urshifu, as we do see Logan has decided to activate his Terra Orb, and he is going to fire it at Raging Bolt. And Jonathan, it really is the season of love, because that is a very loving Raging Bolt there with the Fairy Terra.
No, yes, indeed. With the Terra Fairy, it's going to be able to be taking resisted damage from the body press. But if Joven reads the Terra Fairy play, goes for the Heavy Slam just like he does, but only into the Grimmsnarl slot, it makes a lot of sense. It is the safest play to go for. It will be knocking out that Grimmsnarl, so it will no longer be able to help out support its Logan's team with both screens or even the possibility of a Thunder Wave.
And we do see Terrapagos is the Pokemon of choice here as Logan's 3rd Pokemon here. Now, because the Terra was used on Raging Bolt, Terrapagos is locked into its Terrastal form. It is not able to get its Stellar form and make Terra Starstorm a spread move. However, with the choice specs, it will do major damage. But we do see Aqua Jet coming out on the Urshifu to break that Terra Shell.
It is more than likely. Logan was hoping for Raging Bolt to come out, but it is still being fast asleep. Zamazenta will be doing a massive amount of damage into the Terrapagos, but it will still live as Terrapagos goes for a Terra Starstorm into the Urshifu shot, bringing it all the way down to 0 and knocking out this Urshifu.
That is huge damage right there. Getting a one-hit knockout on Urshifu with a single target Terra Starstorm, but now it's Zamazenta and Amoonguss against the world.
No, yeah, exactly. With Amoonguss now, all it could do is just go for Rage Powder, just redirect all the possible moves that Terrapagos and Raging Bolt wants to do into Zamazenta and allow just Zamazenta to just do massive amount of damage into either one of the slots. More than likely, Zamazenta is going to do a body press into the Terrapagos, because once you remove a restrictive, it's just basically a winnable game.
And what's important to note here is that Joven has just activated his Terra Orb on Zamazenta. Zamazenta going very draconic like it was in Sword and Shield, but this is what's important to note here. Zamazenta knocks out Terrapagos, and if Raging Bolt wakes up here, you can go for a Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss here, and Raging Bolt does wake up, goes for that Dragon Pulse. If Amoonguss clicks Spore here, it does! Raging Bolt goes back to sleep!
Joven realized that because Raging Bolt took all its full 3 turns to sleep, including the mandatory one, it was going to wake up this turn. Realizing this, he knew that he could just go for another Spore. Very smart play from Joven as Logan reveals his final mon being a Ogerpon Heart Flame that with 2 turns left of Reflect, I don't really know how he can make a comeback. Raging Bolt's going to have to take its mandatory turn of sleep, and then after that, it's just hoping that it can wake up from that point forward.
Exactly right there, Jonathan. We do see Ogerpon go for the Spiky Shield. Raging Bolt takes its first turn, its guaranteed turn of sleep as Amoonguss protects as well. That is a good play from Logan's side because we see the body press and it goes into the Ogerpon as well. So Zamazenta will take damage here by virtue of that spiky shield.
Not only that, but because Amoonguss had protect that turn, it basically means it will not be able to protect this on that following turn unless it gets a double protect, which it tries to go for but is not able to do so, which means the Ogerpon is, after taking this body press, will be—
It's a critical hit, one-hit knockout! Ogerpon goes down to the critical hit body press!
That is something you do not want to see.
And Raging Bolt wakes up too!
It will do massive damage into the
Zamazenta. It knocks out Zamazenta!
It will— a turn of events that I don't think anyone could have predicted. The critical hit into the Ogerpon Heartflame. It usually would live that, especially with the Reflect, but it does not happen. The Raging Bolt having a one-turn wake-up, going straight into the Zamazenta, realizing that its partner was down and it needed to wake up and do its best to secure the set, which it has done. And I believe Logan, after a very tough game one, is able to climb back and secure himself this set.
And move one step closer to winning the league challenge, Jonathan. That it was an incredible comeback in game one. It looked very dire for him because Joven had— I mean, you get that critical hit body press too, but if the Raging Bolt just kept staying asleep, then the Zamazenta was in a great spot. I mean, now I can't remember off the top of my head. I believe Heavy Slam into a Raging Bolt does— I believe it's base 60 power or 80 power, or it could even be 40. I don't know. What is Raging Bolt's weight? Like, we have to remember, that is why some trainers have been opting for Behemoth Bash over Heavy Slam. Because Heavy Slam is good for a Pokemon like a Clefairy. It's good for a Fluttermane.
It's good against the Grimmsnarl, which we saw earlier in the set. It makes a lot of sense why Joven definitely tried to prioritize just having the Raging Bolt be its final Mon alive. But at the end of the day, the RNG was just not in his favor for Joven. The turn one wake up on Raging Bolt was just phenomenal. And now the question has to be asked, what are Joven's adjustments going into this? Definitely, you have to think going into this to game number 2 that the only Mon that did not get as much value was the Dragonite, besides going for a few Air Relays and taking one Thunderbolt that did more than 60% of its HP.
You're exactly right there. That by getting that Thunderbolt into the Dragonite, you essentially put Dragonite on a timer with what it could do in that matchup. And Amoonguss really couldn't Rage Powder as much as it probably wanted to in that battle either, because Raging Bolt was just putting out so much damage on every single turn and putting Joven in unfavorable positions. He really needed the sleep.
He definitely needed Raging Bolt to be asleep and for him to take the win. But it is unfortunate. But Joven will more than likely will adapt and find a new strategy going into game number 2 that I believe we are going to head into right about now. I'm honestly excited to see if any leads have been changed.
And we do see it is a lead to change on Joven's side. It is the Pow Knight versus the Grimmsnarl and Raging Bolt on the side of Logan. Logan opting to keep his lead the same, but Joven has decided I'm gonna hit you with a Chien-Pao and a Dragonite.
This is very, very interesting for Logan. He can play defensive here, be able to set up screens, but also has the ability to just go for a Terra Fairy in case Joven decides to just do massive amount of damage and go for an Outrage and possibly an Ice Spinner into the Raging Bolt slot, trying to just remove it off the board right off the bat. It's going to be very different. It's going to be a little bit of a read-heavy play of what these players want to do. And we are going to see the Terra coming out from Joven. I believe, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be that Terra Normal Dragonite, which is exactly what it is.
It's going to be that Dragonite. And in honor of the Super Bowl, Dragonite is saying, "Ring me." It's saying, "Ring me, I want a ring tonight." And Dragonite is green too. I think it's going for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, not only that, but because the ring is a Terra Normal, it's going to be increasing that extreme speed boost, which is more than likely what is going to be coming out, as we also see Logan going for a Terra Fairy, bringing in the love, making sure that no matter what, if it decides to go for an Outrage, it's going to be immune to it.
And we do see it is the extreme speed. We also have to remember priority goes ahead of the Reflect. It does good damage into the Raging Bolt here. The Reflect comes up now by the priority, and Chien-Pao goes for the Ice Spinner into this Raging Bolt with the Reflect, and Raging Bolt survives on 6 HP!
Raging Bolt will be going for the Dragon Pulse, doing more than half HP, but because of the Terra Normal, it will be alive and be able to do another extreme speed damage into the possible Raging Bolt. Logan right now is on the back foot. He needs to play defensive. He needs to find a turn to just keep his, be able to bring in Amon to do a massive amount of damage. We are going to see Raging Bolt go for a Protect. This might mean that Grimstar either will set up another layer of screens with the Light Screen or go for a Thunder Wave onto Dragonite.
And we see it is an extreme speed into the Grimstar and a critical hit!
Oh,
the critical hit breaks through the Reflect! Are you kidding me?
Sucker Punch is being revealed of what Chien-Pao has gone for, but it will not connect because there is nothing to connect into. I think if Logan was going for a Thunder Wave that turn to try to gain any momentum, it wasn't going to happen. That Dragonite is locked in. As we can see, Logan bringing his Restrictive, his Terrapagos, and because Terra Fairy is on Raging Bolt, that means the Terrapagos will only have Terra Shift and not be able to take one hit of resisted damage, no matter what it is.
But what's important to note here is that in the side of Joven, while he might have Zamazenta in the back, we don't know. We do not know if Joven has Zamazenta in the bag. This Chien-Pao does not have Sacred Sword. It has Sucker Punch, Ice Spinner, Protect, and Throat Chop.
So it basically will be just more than likely Dragonite will try to break the Terra Shift Shell or trying to just knock out that Raging Bolt. We do see Raging Bolt going for a Protect, hopefully trying to keep itself alive, but it is going to fail. The Extreme Seed is going to pop, and it is going to be going into that Raging Bolt slot. Very good play from Joven. Just remove the Raging Bolt right off the bat. Have Chien-Pao, the slower Mon, on his side of the field. Just be able to do damage, break the Terra Shift ability, be able to then allow Dragonite the following turn to go for an E-Speed, which is exactly what Joven is going for with the Ice Spinner.
And we see the Ice Spinner come out here. This will be not very effective. It does decent damage into the Terrapagos through the resist, but in comes this Terra Starstorm, and this Chien-Pao does have its Focus Sash intact, so it will live at 1 HP after that Terra Starstorm.
And then we are seeing Logan's final Mon being the Ogerpon. I don't really know what Ogerpon can help out throughout the set. It could try to redirect the extreme speed and allowing Terrapagos to get some damage output. But at the end of the day, the Pao Knight Dragonite duo, the Chien-Pao Dragonite duo, is just an extreme combo that it is very difficult to break if you either don't have the resources for, or if you're just not that lucky.
And we see the Extreme Speed go into the Terrapagos slot here, and the Ice Spinner, it's a double up into the Terrapagos, and Terrapagos goes down!
Terrapagos will be going down, which means it will allow the Ogerpon to at least try to do something. Oh, it went for Spiky Shield. I didn't even notice that. And it seems like there's no way for Logan to come back from this. All he could do possibly is maybe stall out the Extreme Seed PP and just allow it to struggle, but even then, I don't think that's possible. He needs like 5 Spiky Shields, maybe.
Give or take on that, which I think is possible. I believe there is like a random chance that you can get so many Spiky Shields in a row. I think I saw once it won like 4 turns in a row. But we get a double. We get a double Spiky Shield.
Yeah, it could also, Logan is going for the Spiky Shield, trying to maybe do a little bit of chip into the Dragonite and hoping that maybe the recoil of it going into that Spiky Shield is going to do enough damage. But it also could be that Logan at this point is just trying to stall out as much time as he can to figure out his adjustments, to give himself more time to kind of find a new adjustment going into game number 3, because this game is more than likely said and done, and at this point the next game will probably determine our winner.
It most likely will, and we do see that third Pokemon on Joven's side is that Zamazenta. It gets the Dauntless Shield, but Zamazenta is faster than Ogerpon, and Dragonite is locked into a move with +2 priority. So Dragonite will always go first, then Zamazenta will go, and then Ogerpon.
It's just going to be until it's going to take a certain point up to Ogerpon not be able to take as much damage as it can. It is, as much as she is a beautiful Pokemon with a variety of masks, those masks are not going to be able to help her out against the 2 beasts. And we are going to see Spiky Shield failed, and as Dragonite goes for the Street Beat into that Ogerpon slot, doing more than almost 50%, not more.
But the Body Press comes out, and Ogerpon actually survived. Oh, hang on a second here. That's good information right there, that Ogerpon lived the double up. Now, I believe that might be a part of Chen Pao going down, because Chen Pao with the Sword of Ruin lowers Ogerpon's physical defense by 25%.
I think not only that, but also I think Reflect was still up during the entire time of that game number 2.
I didn't even remember Reflect was up.
Yeah, Reflect was still up, so with removing Chen Pao definitely allowed the Reflect to keep it alive for an extra turn. Obviously, Logan did decide to just end that set there. You know, I think he got not only more enough info, but possibly gave himself enough time to possibly think of a new adjustment going into this game 3.
I think you're exactly right, because this, and also, how fun is it that a finals goes to a game 3? It's all, like, those are the matchups that you want to see. I mean, yes, Joven, it was very helpful that Dragonite on the first extreme speed, critical hit into, actually no, it was the second extreme speed, my apologies. It was a critical hit, Terra normal extreme speed into the Grimmsnarl, which allowed it to knock out the Grimmsnarl. I actually wonder what would have happened if Grimmsnarl survived that. I believe it was going for a Thunder Wave into the Dragonite, and it can only go into that Dragonite with Thunder Wave because Chen Pao being a Dark type ever since Generation 7, Prankster does not work if you're using it on a Dark type. So the only move that Grimmsnarl can use in the 1v1 on a Chen Pao is that Foul Play. Now, while it will do decent damage through the resist, it won't do big damage like it would on that Dragonite.
Not only that, the more I'm thinking about it, there is another move that a Grimmsnarl could have gone for, which is that Foul Play, just trying to do as much damage into that that Dragonite slot, which also makes a lot of sense as to why we did see that Sucker Punch come out from the Chen Pao, possibly just trying to secure that play, where if Logan went for the Foul Play into that Grimmsnarl, it would possibly cover up the damage, to do enough damage to possibly pick up the KO. But we are going to go into our game 3 and the final game of this best of 3-4 in the Oviedo Challenge. Will Logan be able to come out on top and win himself his first ever local, or will Joven deny that?
And we do see that Game 3 has started here. It is Urshifu and Amoonguss for Joven, and Grimmsnarl and Ogerpon for Logan here. And this is a very interesting lead because Amoonguss has access to that Terra Fire. If you get the Terra Fire off on the Amoonguss, suddenly you don't have that Terra in the back pocket for someone like a Zamazenta or a Dragonite if it's in the back.
I don't think he's going to be able to go for that Terra Fire because Urshifu's on the field. Even with Reflect up, because Urshifu's Surging Strike will always crit, it will just ignore the boost from the Reflect. We are going to see the Terra Water coming out from the Urshifu, increasing the water damage that it is going to more than likely go for, which is going to be possibly a Surging Strike into the Ogerpon slot. We are going to see that Rage Powder trying to redirect the possible T-Wave coming out from the Grimmsnarl, which it is, and it will be heading straight into that Amoonguss slot. But because Amoonguss is Terra Grass, it did not Terra Fire, it will still be able to ignore that that Rage Powder as we see Surging Strikes going straight into the Ogerpon.
And that's going to do big damage with the guaranteed critical hits here. Let's see how much damage this does.
This might be a roll.
This might be a roll to KO the Ogerpon. Ogerpon survives on 13 HP.
It does survive, which means it's able to go for a massive Ivy Cudgel straight into that Ogerpon slot.
And Amoonguss survived!
The invisible focus sash that Amoonguss is holding kept it alive. That is something that I don't know if Logan really wanted, because now all Ogerpon could go for is just a simple just Rage Powder redirect and just allow it to die, as Urshifu is able to pick up the KO onto that Ogerpon slot.
Exactly, but you also have to remember that now because Urshifu is terastallized, Foul Play will do normal damage into the Urshifu. It will not be resisted by the fighting type as the Thunder Wave comes out on the Grimmsnarl and it goes into the Amoonguss as Surging Strikes comes out once again, and Urshifu going into Grimmsnarl actually.
That's an interesting play. Joven might have called that Logan was going to possibly either protect or swap out his Ogerpon, but we are going to see Logan's Ogerpon actually go for the Wood Hammer into the Urshifu slot. It will be knocking it out, picking up the KO, but I think the recoil from the Wood Hammer is enough to just knock out the Ogerpon itself.
I think you're right there, and we're going to see right now, it is enough to knock out the Ogerpon, so it would have been very interesting to see what happens here, because Foul Play, if Grimmsnarl had chosen Foul Play, Amoonguss would have gone down, and I wonder if Grimmsnarl would have gone down, because I believe Rocky Helmet activates on foul play.
I think the HP of the Grimmsnarl is enough to keep it alive and honestly possibly be able to do take 2 Rocky hit damage. We are going to see Joven make the adjustment, bringing in Fluttermane. That possibly could have been one of the mons that he brought into game number 2, but we never saw because of the power of Dragonite Chien-Pao. And because it is holding on to that booster speed, it is the fastest mon on the field, while Raging Bolt is activating its booster energy, increasing its special attack power.
And now this is where Logan has a very interesting decision to make, because the Fluttermane can go for something like an Icy Wind, it could go for something like a Moonblast here, it could even go for a Shadow Ball, or it could Protect. It could do a multitude of things. The Grimmsnarl being alive gives it an opportunity to get up something like the Light Screen, but then you don't have potential of Reflect in the back. And we do see the Raging Bull once again terastallizes into a Fairy Terra, again showing the love. Amoonguss gets the Rage Powder off one final time. And Grimmsnarl goes for the Reflect.
Grimmsnarl going for the Reflect, realizing that it doesn't need a set of Light Screen, because at the end of the day, the Zamazenta is a bigger threat, as the Fluttermane goes for a Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl slot, knocking it out. And we will more than likely, we are seeing a Thunderbolt going straight into the Amoonguss slot, finally taking out the Amoonguss that has done so much work redirecting moves left and right and haven't even taken a single paralysis. It's just done the works.
It really has, and we do see Terapagos is the final Pokemon on Logan Martinez's side, and Zamazenta is the last Pokemon on Joven's side. These are the last 2 Pokemon on either side for the remainder of this battle, Jonathan.
It is going to come down to whether what Logan and Joven want to prioritize. If I am Joven, I would consider trying to get rid of that Fluttermane. You saw in game 1 that Joven never really wanted to focus the Raging Bolt because Heavy Slam wasn't going to do as much. But not only that, Joven really can't even Terra Fire because of the fact that if it can't even Terra Dragon, it's Zamazenta, because it will take a super effective Dragon Pulse.
And we do see the Moonblast come out into the Terapagos here. The Body Press comes out, and through the Reflect, it still knocks out the Terapagos. Terapagos is down. It is Raging Bolt against the world.
Thunderbolt will be going into that Fluttermane slot. It might be in a range for a Thunderclap, but it is going to come down to what Joven decides to go for. It
is a Protect into the Fluttermane slot here. So Thunderclap will fail into this Fluttermane, and Zamazenta can go for that Body Press. Ooh, going for Body Press into the Reflect. Doing modest damage through the Reflect and the Resist, but more importantly, getting that damage off.
It's just doing us a little bit of damage into that Raging Bolt. No matter what, every damage counts, and we are going to be seeing a double protect
on the Fluttermane. So Raging Bolt won't get to attack at all. Another Body Press coming out into this Raging Bolt. The Thunderbolt will fail.
Oh no. Lady Luck is on Joven's side. I think the only way she could make this game, balance, is to give Logan a crit.
We are going to see a Moonblast come out on the Fluttermane this time, doing big damage, lowering the special attack, and the Body Press comes out on the Zamazenta. Raging Bolt survives at the very least. It takes down the It doesn't even take down the Fluttermane!
The special attack drop was enough to keep that Fluttermane alive.
And with that, Joven Teixeira wins the Oviedo League Challenge for February 2025.
Joven played that set phenomenally, not only having Lady Luck on her side, but having the Zamazenta into the Terapagos, not only crushing and doing massive damage into the competition, but if I have to say, also crushing Logan's dream of getting a challenge win.
Oh my god, that was so unfortunate. I mean, game 2, it was incredible, and we do hear the plethora of fans cheering our 2 finalists, but that was just incredible in game 2. I mean, game 2, Joven just came out guns a-blazing with the Pal Knight. As we saw in Regulation C and a little bit of early Regulation D, Dragonite and Chien-Pao was a massive combination.
Honestly, yeah, it was not only that, but it's also a very tough fight for Logan. The Terapagos-Zamazenta matchup is just in general very difficult because Zamazenta could just do massive amount of damage into Terapagos, just breaking it and just being able to just OHKO it no matter what range of HP it is at, compared to Terapagos, which it needs to have that choice specs and do either a Terra Starstorm or even Earth Power to just have a chance against it.
And then when you think about it, the Grinstar got the reflect up, and Terapagos still went down to body press.
It's honestly incredible what that Zamazenta has done, but also we cannot ignore there was a little bit of luck on Joven's side. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve this win, because that man definitely does. He worked his hard. But that double protect on the Flutter Mane definitely hurt a lot.
Honestly, it did, but at the same time, that's just the way the game goes. I mean, Logan could have, in theory, went after the Zamazenta, just get some damage into the Zamazenta, put it in a range where it was a Thunderclap game.
The problem is that in that board state, it is hard to tell, and it just comes down to what you believe in that moment. Hindsight is always 50-50 at the end of the day. I don't think anyone could have seen that double protect come out.
I don't think anybody could, Jonathan, but that was just the ultimate deciding factor, was that double protect. It allowed Flutter Mane to survive, and then add insult to injury, it gets the special attack drop on the Moonblast that allows it to live the booster energy Thunderbolt and not get knocked out at the end there.
We are going to see our final top 8 standings with, of course, Joven and Logan being first and second, and then our third or fourth going to Andrew and Patrick Connors. And then the 5th through the 8th are all the players throughout our local who were either very close to making it to the top 4 or just was not close enough, with Colby, Raymond, Abdullah, and of course, Carey.
And just because of the top 8, let's shout out to Abdullah, because that's a Kyurem White. That's a Kyurem White in Regulation G, ladies and gentlemen. A Kyurem White with an Alolan Ninetales, a Scarf Chiyu, and a Cresselia.
That might be Kyurem White's strongest soldier in Florida, and possibly even in the US, but, you know, I'm not a mind reader.
I think I know one person who might be a Kyurem White supporter. I believe I know somebody who is, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to verify this information.
I mean, we'll figure out. There's a lot of Reg G to play. There's a lot more locals to come out. And honestly, today's tournament was honestly a lot of fun. We did see a lot of great plays.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out and joining us here at the League Challenge at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. For Jonathan Martin, for Carey D'Artona, for Christopher Baez, for Riley Wilcox. I might be forgetting somebody. I'm not 100% sure. I'm Joe Carlino. We are signing off, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and we will see you next time.